property. Your video. Camera. Good. That's better. Right. Dredge out. Okay. Hmm. See. Yeah, I gotta go all the way back up to Pribislivitz. Privy blah blah blue. West. Alright.
Yeah.
Ride all the way fucking north again.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is steeper than I thought it was gonna be. But any hill can conquer. No hill is too hilly for our steed. I don't know what words I'm saying. Frames? Fix yourself. Frames! I don't know why frames drop the CPU. OBS. I don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking tree.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if he tells me to, like, I have to go, like, go running around for shit again, I will be salty.
Yeah.
Marius?
Welcome back. What news from Ratai?
Well, the bailiff read Sir Divish's decree, and now I'm officially bailiff of Pribyslavitz.
Then allow me to congratulate you. What will be your first step?
First, actually, I'm not quite sure. What would you recommend?
As it happens, I already sought a few things in your absence. You might have noticed that the first people have come from Ratai.
Yeah, I saw some heading here right away.
So when they arrived, I was able to start clearing building plots with them. After they'd erected some temporary dwellings, that is.
Erected.
So we're ready to get things started?
As long as you know what you want to build, I can show these new people what to do. We'll be building on the sites we've measured out. You can go and look them over first, if you like.
I'll do that. I'll see what's going to be built where.
Nevertheless, I doubt you'll be able to figure that out just from looking at the sites.
Whoa.
How do I choose what to
And
build where?
challenging my
I've
intelligence?
already given it some thought on your behalf. I even wrote it all down in the accounts ledger. Everything will be recorded there. I'll make a note of every change as we proceed.
Thanks. That'll be a big help. And where can I find this book?
It will always be kept at the rack.
Right in front of you, Henry.
Well, there's nothing here, so we'll have to build everything. Ale house, bakery, butchers, rat house. Did I mention ale house?
Eventually. But be warned. To begin with, it's always best to start with facilities that will be producing construction materials for everything else. And since we'll mainly be using timber, it makes sense to set up a woodcutter's camp.
All right. And then what?
That depends. Every building has its use, but you'll soon get the grasp of it, and it's
Hey
all
there,
in
Ash.
the ledger.
What about the workers' wages and buying materials for artisans?
The money must be put in the trunk here. The expenditures for wages and materials will be taken from it. So you should keep it topped
in a
up
few hours
to
it'll be
prevent
New Year's
delays.
for me.
Which reminds me, there's the matter of my own pay to be resolved.
Ah, yes, of course.
Sir Divish guaranteed me a fixed income. What's more, this job is an exceptionally big one.
I see. But how much are you thinking?
I have a record of payment here somewhere. Here it is. Let's say 1/4 more than that.
I can't afford that much. At least not now, right at the start. But I do need your help. How about this much?
That's a fair offer.
That's what I thought,
It
Marius.
seems we understand each other. I agree.
Good. I'll put your wages in the trunk too. Are you sure it's quite safe?
Quite. Only you and I shall have a key and access to the trunk. Besides, we'll have guards on watch here.
Ah, that's reassuring.
That's about all to begin with. If you need any more details, I'll be happy to explain things to you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna store my money. We'll put in 8404. Why not? Boom. Woodcutter.
There's work to be done.
You've decided? Good. Let's get building.
Look at him jog. Look at him go. Frames! Dude, what is up with frames? What the fuck? Why is the CPU dropping them? It don't make any sense. Did we really have to
We're gonna
run
build here?
all the way out here?
Indeed. Can we begin?
I'm ready.
I see frames dropping on my OBS.
I'll just quickly check again that we
stuff.
have everything we
Ash,
need.
That's what.
All good. We can start construction.
Hello, Cotro.
Hmm.
Doing good. How are you? Happy New Year
this
to
time?
you too.
We have a problem with water. That is, with the stream. With the, use of the stream.
The stream? What seems to be the trouble?
Sir, they won't let me have a shit.
What's that?
Your locator here won't let people go for a shit.
God give me strength.
Master Locator, would you be so kind as to cast some light on the matter?
I never forbade anyone to defecate. It's not something that can be prohibited anyway.
You did so.
All I asked was that people did their business further downstream. After all, we don't want our water supply contaminated. It could cause disease.
What kind of disease?
Digestive disorders, fever, even death.
Ah, what a load of nonsense. We always poured our shit out right there on the road. They even do that in Prague, for what I've heard. What else would they do with it?
Is it true about Prague?
Admittedly, in many cases, yes. But often there's no other option. The wealthier citizens have a latrine in their courtyard which they empty out whenever necessary. The common folk
Hey
do
there,
empty their
Spin.
chamber pots on the streets.
See now.
But it's also said that if the
God damn
Turks
it,
ever
Spin.
try to attack Prague, it's the
Hey there,
stink that
Noxie.
will
Happy
hold
New
them
Year
back,
to you too.
not the walls.
What do you suggest, Master Marius?
Let the people answer the call of nature at least 100 feet downstream from the village.
What? That far? What if I get the runs? I'd shit myself before getting there.
I've decided. Defecating will only be allowed at least 100 feet from the village.
But, sir...
A wise decision, Henry.
Well, at least we have permission to go and shit again. I'll go and tell the fellas we can go to the stream. It's been a tough few days.
You mean you haven't been since... No, don't say it. I don't even want to know.
My guy, you need to I don't even know how you'd be able to hold it for that long. Okay. Build the big fat house. I will. Right, bridge and road.
I've decided what to
Choice.
build.
Come with me.
Off we go. Jogging. A standy little jog to the bridge, don't you say, Mr. Barry? The bridge where I slew many a foe.
We're going to build here?
Indeed. Can we begin?
I'm ready.
I'll just quickly check again that we have everything we need. All good.
Beautiful. Beautiful. We need to build a crater.
I've decided
Come
what to
along with
build.
me then, and we'll start building.
How much money have I? Oh my. I mean, we have the best gear possible. We're not gonna spend any of our fucking groschen anymore.
We're going to build here.
Indeed. I'll just... We've got what...
A few days later. Oh yeah, I've got to go hunt down cheap goods. Alright, we're gonna get Talmberg down. After we do another judgment.
What's the matter here?
This bitch here tried to kill me. Have her clapped in the
What?
stocks where she belongs.
Whoa!
That's not true, Master Bailiff, sir. He got drunk, like he always does, and ate who knows what kind of slop somewhere.
You know very well what it was what poisoned me. You're trying to get rid of me and don't think I don't know it.
Enough. One at a time. Tell me what happened. What makes you think she tried to poison you?
She hates me. She wants to put me in the ground and then take the farm. I can see it in her eyes.
You
She's
can see it
just
in her
wishing
eyes,
for the day
huh?
I'm dead. But she'll never see it because I'll throw her out on her ear.
Throw me out from my own home? You useless ale-swilling pig. Have you forgotten who got you a roof over your head?
Just look at her, sir. You can see for yourself what a harpy she is. I came home after 1 or 2 ales at the tavern, ate my supper, what was left on the table for me, and went to bed. And in the morning, I woke up with my guts in agony. My head was on fire. I thought my last hour had come. If it wasn't for the old herb woman, she'd already have me in the ground.
Have you forgotten the part about battering me and throwing up in the doorway?
Shut your mouth, you whore.
Quiet. Good wife. Tell me your side of the story.
God damn!
Sir, that beast is good for nothing but drinking away my dowry with his cronies. If he puts his hand to a flail at all, it's only to beat me with it. We were thrown out of the farm near Ledechko that I got as a dowry, because this fool let it go to ruin and got us into debt too.
They
Oh.
threw us out because you wouldn't back me up to the bailiff.
Because I couldn't hold my head up if I lied to cover your useless arse.
That's got nothing to do with you poisoning me.
He boozes from morning till night and beats me. Says I don't take good enough care of him. And all he does is sit on his arse expecting me to run around cooking and cleaning for him. And now he wants to drive me out of the village, saying I tried to kill him. What would I do then?
Tell me about
oh
how you were
boy.
poisoned, as you claim.
I came home,
Drama.
and there was a bowl of cabbage soup and a pitcher of wine on the table. So I had it and
Cabbage
went
soup.
to bed.
Yeah.
I woke up in the early hours and had to run to the outhouse. Spewing from both ends, I was. I was burning up so much you could light a torch off me.
Oh,
This
thank you
witch
for the
here
imagery.
laughing up her sleeve. She wouldn't even call the herb woman for me.
If I had to call the herb woman every time you get boozed up, she might as well move in with us.
When I was writhing in agony on the ground, I heard her say clear as day, "Ha! You got what was coming to you."
Is that true?
No, he's lying.
What do you think happened, good wife?
Nothing what hasn't been 100 times before. He was crooked as a bishop again, and I could already hear him in the courtyard, retching and spewing. I had his supper waiting on the table, because otherwise there'd be hell to pay. Only there's no pleasing the pig. Where's the meat? And what have you. And when I told him God's honest
We
truth
have the meat.
that there's no meat, 'cause he drank all our money away, he laid into me like a madman.
One slap was all you got. What was less than you deserved for your evil tongue?
I ran
Sean
off
Connery,
and
is
hid
that
in
you?
the barn till he'd calmed down. When I could hear him snoring like a pig, I came inside
I wonder if
again.
anyone will understand
After
that.
a while, he started throwing up and he was spewing till dawn. Who knows what he ate when he was boozed up? Or it was the booze itself done it.
And what about the herb woman?
I went for her in the end. 3 groschen I had to give her for some wormwood potion. I could have done that myself for nothing. And then he claimed I poisoned him.
Now, I've heard enough.
No one have to.
You, farmer, won't touch another drop of booze, or I'll leave you in the stocks to dry out. And if you raise your hand to your wife again, I'll take a
Howdy,
grudge
Tirada.
to you.
But a drink or two?
No buts. There'll be no half measures with you.
Thank you, Master Bailiff. Thank you 1,000-fold. You're a wise and just man.
Damn right I am. Oh, dang. Okay.
Yeah.
A it is. Go to the Talmberg Stone. Karada, did you like today's YouTube video? Because it was Brazil. It was a good one. It was the best video you ever made, Ryan. Nine out of 10 could be longer. Yeah, that was a pretty short video.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I even said it in the video where I was like, I think that was the video where it confirmed like my thoughts, where it's like they restricted themselves to a time limit in the early days. It'll take me forever to get there, but I can't wait till they do Turkey. And then whenever I get around, get that far up in their videos, Can't wait for all the Go Turkey comments.
God save you.
I'm here at the behest of Sir Divish. I'm looking for the overseer of this quarry. Would that be you, Goodman?
Aye, that's me. What can I do for you?
Sir Divish has decided
There are
to
two
rebuild the
countries
Islamics, and he's
that I
entrusted
think
me to take charge,
guarantee a
along
lot
with
of
his locator.
comments.
Aha,
India
so it's you.
and Turkey.
I heard about Sir Divish's plans. What is it you need, then?
No.
Well, we've started with the reconstruction
3.
work, but we need more
India,
than just timber.
Turkey,
You need stone for
Poland.
the construction?
the
Exactly.
Poles are crazy too.
And for repairing the church.
Well now, you're really not doing things by halves, are you? The thing is, though, we're already working flat out supplying stone for the monastery construction.
When it comes to
in
YouTube
Sasau.
videos,
I can't cut
how
back on
passionate
their
they are
supplies.
about their
Sir
country
Divish wouldn't be at all
on the
pleased.
internet.
But I really need
Oh,
that
yeah.
stone.
Oh yeah.
Well, I suppose I could try and hire a few more quarrymen to increase production, but we can't transport it. Even Sasau sends their own wagon here. Have you got someone to carry the stone?
I've got my own merchant. He'll take care of it with his hired hands.
Splendid. So let's talk about the price.
The stone is for Sir Divish. It's for a village he wants to rebuild as quickly as possible. I doubt he'd take it well that the overseer of his own quarry is overcharging him for it.
Well, you have a point. I'll take that into account in the price.
Hey, that's still too much.
But I can't sell my stone any cheaper. I wouldn't be able to pay my men. If you won't accept the price, we're done.
All right, I accept.
Excellent. We'll
Whenever
start
there's a German
sending the
telling
stone
anybody
as soon
have
as
this-
your merchant
yeah.
gets here.
Sure, yeah. You'll get quite a bit from Germany too. Especially you make any comment on a certain topic. The Germans will flock and defend themselves unnecessarily because it's like, I'm not saying y'all did this. It's called comedy. I'm German too. I have received those same jokes that I make. I think they're funny. But I will say, yeah, a certain time period of the 20th century, it does get annoying because literally people do think they are fucking funny when you tell them that you're like part German or you are German. Because I know, especially if you are from Germany, you probably deal with this a lot in the U.S. I think is what I've heard from like German tourists sometimes complaining about. The first thing sometimes the first thing people will say to you if they find out you're German is, "Hey, was your grandpa a Nazi or something?" Like, yeah, he was. Fuck off. It was great grandpa, okay? No, my family left Germany before that. So I don't have to worry about having fucked up secrets. But a friend of mine, my childhood best friend,
Yeah.
his like great grandpa was he I think president of a bank that was pro-Nazi. So I kind of feel bad for him. And then of course the like if we're talking about annoying stereotypes here, this one also bothers me a bit too. And I've constantly talked about it a bit in my YouTube videos. Is like the whole misconception of people not being educated on world countries and stuff. And it's like, especially when it comes to Americans. People want to make fun of Americans for that, and it's like, we're taught pretty good, actually, about the world. Probably better than your people. It's just, I just wanted to say hi, not gonna sit too long as I've yet, no problem. So, I mean, I understand if you want to go lurk mode. No offense taken. But what we are doing is we are just doing the Pribyslavitz DLC today, most likely. I don't think I'll be progressing further in the story, so if that's a thing you're fine with, would love to have you stay. Right now, I'm just ranting. Because also, here's the thing. The United States is big. And pretty much only has 2 neighbors, border-wise. You fucking Europeans, y'all can visit a country, a whole other country, much easier than I can go and visit California. A German could go visit Spain far easier than I can go visit another state in my own country. Okay? So yeah, Europeans, you should know more about your neighbors than Americans do. Because Americans don't know shit about their fellow Americans. Okay? We're taught pretty well about the world. It's just we don't have the means to really see the world and experience people from other parts of the world because this country is too fucking big. It's all Nazis on these romance. Yeah. I mean, depending on who your ancestors are with Ireland, you might have some Irish people that hate you. Like I know since I'm also part Swedish, I have to hate the Danish. And also, yeah, I have to hate the Danish. It's in my blood.
Yeah. How come you're wearing such fine armor? Is there a joust happening?
I'd like to buy charcoal from you.
Yeah,
Of course,
I mean,
Henry, anything for you.
It might be more than you
The-
think.
How much charcoal could you possibly need?
5
the United
bags.
States, the development of the United States
a
is
regular
so
basis.
fucking weird.
Haven't you
If
noticed
you really think
winter
about it,
is
because it's
over?
like, it's
There's a new
very
forge in
interconnected
Pribyslavitz,
with
and I
its
need to
interstate,
supply it with
even though
charcoal,
our
seeing as how
interstate
I'm the
is
bailiff.
Bailiff, eh?
fucking old as
Well,
fuck
I
and needs to
never.
be
Congratulations.
updated.
It's not a bed of roses.
But
Thanks.
All right, but we can't let you have that amount for nothing.
country's just so
even if
big,
you
it-
did help us with ginger.
it's still,
Don't worry,
it's
I
still
wouldn't expect
pretty
How are you
um,
going to haul the charcoal?
a pain in
I've got
the
a merchant
ass
of my own.
to
He'll come
visit
here
other
regularly with a
parts of
wagon
the
to pick it
country.
up. You just have to load it for him.
As you wish. About the price,
100, yeah, sure.
Deal.
all right, we'll send the first load as soon as your wagon gets here. Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, the interstate, once you get on the interstate, and as long as you never really have to stop, it's actually not that bad in my opinion. Ooh, we're gonna go to Ledechko for our livestock.
Yeah.
Like if you can just, if you're lucky and the route you want to take, and you're just going straight down the interstate, and as you got a full tank of gas, you're gonna go pretty fucking far, really fucking fast. Cause you are doing like, I mean, if the interstate speed limit says 70, then you will most likely will be doing 80 to 85 miles per hour if there are no cops. 90, 95 if there are definitely no cops. I don't think I've heard that term before, but like that definition seems familiar. Yeah, living in the cities. It's why I don't want to live in a city. Like, why I wouldn't want to live in a United States city. But, like, I wouldn't... Like, of course, I wouldn't want to live in Berlin or Paris or London. But, like, you know, any of the other smaller cities of Europe I wouldn't mind living in. Because you can pretty much walk around those cities. In the United States, if you want to live in a city, you pretty much have to fucking walk around places to get to where you want to go. Because the cities are designed for cars. Everything is designed for fucking cars. They are not designed for people. They are designed for vehicles. And I think that's the main problem the United States has. Is that it has been designed for vehicles and not for...
My God.
I'd like to buy some livestock. Could you arrange that?
Maybe. What are you after?
Cattle, pigs, poultry, everything.
Starting a farm, are you?
Swords into plowshares? No, it's not for me. It's for the village of Pribyslavitz.
What? For the whole village?
Aye. A few dozen people at least.
Yeah,
Well,
the East Coast.
That's no laughing
That's
matter.
the
But it
cool
can be
thing
done,
about the. That's one
although
interesting thing
they
about
might
the
not
development
be
of the
the best
United States is
What do you mean?
that
not
the
best?
East Coast is not designed
Well,
for cars because that's how old the East Coast
It's
is.
like this.
However, as you get further
I've
and
got to
further
supply
west,
meat for the
because
Lord's
of when
table
they
too.
got, you know,
And the gentry
annexed by the
Ledechko
United
want the
States,
So what's left for me then?
the later
The
they
animals
are,
might
the
not
more
be as good as what
car-centric
you'd get somewhere
their
else.
inherent
I'll
design
sell you
is.
older beasts, ones that ain't so fat.
Or
if
then
you
you
like,
get a place
or
like
ones
Chicago
someone
that
wants to
burns
buy
down in the
because they don't
1800s,
like
so
the
then you
look of
can,
them. That's how it is.
you know, do what the hell you want with
But
it.
for that, I'll give you all the better price. Have you got someone to herd the livestock there for you?
I've got a merchant to arrange it.
So we'll shake on it?
30
Deal.
groschen, sure.
God be with you.
All right, where do we want to get our grain from? Ujit. Samapat. I think we'll go to Samapat for our grain. Ooh, next, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't recommend Ohio. They got crazy people there.
Yeah.
I also would not recommend Illinois, which is where I'm from, because I think my state actually has more. I don't know if this is true for 2021, but I think it was true for 2020. There was some recent year where Illinois has actually had more people leaving it than California. Yeah, but like even the people of Ohio are like, don't come here. They think the state is pretty boring or something. I can't remember what the complaints are for Ohio. I think currently, if you ignore politics, Uzi, yes, we do be on a horse. I think probably the best place to live in terms of cost and like the amount of land you can get for cheap, Texas. And also with like what economically what's available in Texas, how it's growing in various markets. I think Texas is like a good, damn good spot to live.
Yeah.
But I also don't know shit about Ohio, so.
Yeah.
Definitely do not go to Montana, though. You will get murdered there. And that's a fucking fact. Because, fun fact, my mailman, my old mailman, well, one of my old men, He went to Montana for like a vacation or something. He never came back. They found his car. It was empty, but they never found him. I think my mailman is dead. It's been like 3 years. Ooh. Rest in peace, that man. He was actually a pretty chill dude. If anyone's curious, not just bikes, it's bike. Ooh. Let's see, what country would I probably choose to live in if I had to live in Europe? I would probably go with the Netherlands.
Yeah.
The Netherlands or Belgium, honestly. Or Norway. Nah, Norway's too far north. Yeah, but Norway is a pretty nice place. And I have friends in Norway. Thank you, Tarada. Thank you for supporting my choice.
Yeah.
Norway. Would I live in Norway? I had to double think about it for a second. It would probably be, you know, that's part of the two countries right there, Belgium or Norway. Just because, you know, I feel like living in Belgium would be better than living in Netherlands. And then since you're so close to living to Netherlands, you can just like drive over to the Netherlands real easy. So like that kind of defeats the purpose of living in, you know, Netherlands.
God be with you.
Have you got any grain to sell?
You want it for yourself?
No, it's not for me. It's for the villagers in Pribyslavitz. They need regular supplies.
And what have you got to do with that?
So
Have a
Divish
good night,
put me in
Noxie.
charge.
Have a good
He
New
put
Year's
you in
Day.
charge of hauling
And
grain.
New Year.
No, he, oh, look, it doesn't matter. Can we buy from you?
It's all the same to me. I can let you have some of the crop. How much do you need?
Well, I'll need fodder for horses, at least 10 strong animals, and wheat for the baker. He'll have to bake for the whole village.
My word. You must be a trustworthy wagoner if his lordship trusts you with a deal like that.
Yeah, that's me.
How are you going to haul it from here?
I've arranged.
I
with
have a
merchant
man.
who does just this
He'll
kind of
haul
work.
it for me.
I don't mind sending you part of our crop, but it'll cost something.
Oh, that's a reasonable price.
We'll shake on it then. Good luck then.
Alright, time to head back to Pribyslavitz.
Yeah.
What are some other stereotypes that are annoying as fuck? I feel like I addressed all of the ones that apply to me.
Hey there, Goodman.
Hey there, good man. You wish to do?
What is it? I'd like to...
I accept.
Get back!
Whatever that means. Too hot or too cold? I'm gonna be honest, too cold.
That was a fine duel, sir. I thank you.
Like, I honestly, if whoever says they'd rather be too hot, you're fucking insane and you are stupid. Because here's the thing, with too cold, you can just bundle up. You can get like some hot chocolate. You can, right? But if you're too hot, at a certain point, you can't remove any more clothes. So you'll just be sitting there naked and fucking sticky and sweaty. That's gross. Disgusting. Whereas cold, you're not getting sweaty and sticky. No, you're just cold. You can just put more blankets on. Boom. Solved. Exactly, Darth. 100%. Oh, I know what we're gonna do. We have moonshine. We're getting drunk and riding into the woods. Oh, I'm totally gonna hit a tree. Like shit, if anyone remembers on the news hearing about the polar vortex, I think that was what, a couple of years ago or something now. I would rather go through that again, than go through a nasty heat wave, a humid heat wave. I said it. I said it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Forge. Yeah.
There's work to be done.
But you only cut the tree down last autumn. It can't have gone.
The gates are out. You get out the last room.
All right.
There's work to be done.
Athena.
You've decided? Good. Let's get building.
Of course. Off we go. Off we go. Nice little jog, isn't it, Marius? Nice little jog. Happy New Year's to you, Athena. Enjoy the dinner. Oh, by the way, guys, if you I just finished, I think it was episode 3 of Alex Rider season 2. Alex Rider, this show is on Amazon Prime on IMDb TV. It is a adaptation of a young adult spy thriller book series. I enjoyed the book series as a young lad, and I'm really enjoying this adaptation. Much better than the Wheel of Time adaptation. And I'm gonna be honest, I enjoyed season 1 of Alex Rider more than I enjoyed season 1 of The Witcher. And I fucking loved season 1 of Witcher. I think they're doing a good job with the adaptation with Alex Rider. So definitely recommend it. You do, even if you have an Amazon Prime though, you do still need to watch ads because it's IMDb TV, which I think is a bit dumb because Amazon owns it. But they released season 2 like a few days ago or something, so I've been slowly going through that with my pops. Damn good. It's really good. And I think the author is a executive producer on it. Really? Would it? Are you sure about that? Well, here it's different for country, cause I can't remember what service. If you remember the name Cakes, from Seoul, that's sometimes in Clay's chat, very rarely. Our British friend. I can't remember what service he said it was on for them, but I think actually for America it was a different service then. We also had to wait longer to get Alex Rider season 1 than the British did. So I think the show's really popular in British land than it is here in the States. Kind of sucks because I didn't get any ads for season 2. I only found out about it because I stumbled upon it. That season 2 was out. But yeah, would definitely recommend. Now all I need, like we have Rick Riordan working on a Percy Jackson series on Disney Plus. That's in the works. We have Alex Rider as a show, as a good adaptation. Now all that is needed is fucking John Flanagan to get Ranger's Apprentice fucking adapted. I have been waiting so long. That is the one book series that needs a goddamn adaptation. I need it! I need it! I need Ranger's Apprentice. It was such a good book series. Oh, you just got it straight up on Prime, you lucky fuck.
We're gonna build here?
You don't have to deal with ads.
Shall we get started?
I'm ready.
I'll just... We've got what we...
And if you have not read the Ranger's Apprentice series, would recommend. Ads are for plebs. Now that's rude. I'm not a pleb. I drink my gamer fuel. Not sponsored. Yet. I mean, whoever were to... I mean, we have... Hey there, Nulika, and hi there, Tim. We have a damn good, pretty faithful adaptation of Alex Rider being made. I'm doing good, Nulika. How are you? Happy New Year's to you too. Disney hasn't really messed up with their shows. Their movies, I will say, Disney movies are kind of hit and miss sometimes. But also, Percy Jackson series, I think Rick Riordan is going to be an executive producer on it, which means he'll have far more creative control than, because he had no control whatsoever over the movies, over the Peter Johnson movies that happened. Gotta hop off. Have a good night, Athena. Enjoy. I hope you have some aviation gin with your dinner. And I don't know who I'd want to adapt Ranger's Apprentice. I don't think it would work for a movie series. I think that would also have to be a TV show. We're making a profit of like 35 groschen or something. I think that's what I saw. We are making money. Let's see. We're gonna go with a swordsmith. Yes, swordsmith.
I've decided what to build.
Good. Let's get building.
Fury wrote. Oh, fuck. I mean, if you're telling me who I'd want to do a faithful adaptation and who so far who has made 2 good faithful book adaptations, even though they're both sci-fi. Denis, the director for Dune 2021. Denis Villeneuve, man, is a fucking genius. If it had to be a movie series. However, I don't think
We're gonna build here.
Denis' strengths would
Yes.
fit with.
Shall we get started?
I don't think his directorial style would fit with Ranger's Apprentice. I think
ready.
he's best fitted for sci-fi.
I'll just quickly check again that we have everything. We've still...
God, Dune was such a good movie. I want to watch it again. Oh, fucking love that movie.
There's another unpleasant matter for you to handle.
Nothing too terrible.
I love
eh?
unpleasant matters.
That's for you to decide, Master Bailiff. As you know, the woods and everything in them belong to our liege lord. He gave you the right to make use of them.
I would
As
love
far as I know,
to see
no
a
one else
Denis
is allowed to hunt
Villeneuve
there.
Star
Let me
Wars
guess.
movie.
Some of our fold are putting game on their tables from our
Oh,
woods.
that
I
would
have to
be
deal with them.
fucking
Just
awesome.
so. A case like this ought to be judged by his lordship himself. but I fear
Denis
Sedivish might be a little too strict in this matter.
So what are my options?
Villeunev. Neve.
You can hand the
I think that's how you
poachers
spell
over
his
to
name.
justice.
Denis Villeneuve.
Let them off with a
Villeneuve.
warning,
I
or,
can't pronounce
of
his last
course,
name.
One can always turn a blind eye and leave it in the hands of God. What's your decision?
Have some strong words with them.
We'll confiscate the poached game and put the fear of God into the culprit so they don't do it again. No point in carrying it any higher. We should keep our own affairs in order.
A wise
Denis
decision,
Villeneuve.
Henry. I'll see to it.
Ooh. So if anyone's read the High Republic books, Denis Villeneuve, Light of the Jedi adaptation. Oh. 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 Oh, that would be good. That would be good. Light of the Jedi is such a good book. Okay, forge is done. Do you want a bakery? Butcher. Alright, so we're gonna build stables.
I've decided what to build.
Come along with me then, and we'll start building.
I don't know what you mean by that, Tim. I haven't read Claudia Gray's Star Wars books yet, but she's gotten some high praise. I can't remember the name of the author for Light of the Jedi. But I'm also really excited for Star Wars Eclipse getting made by Quantic Dream. That cinematic trailer got me so hyped. So curious, I want to know more.
We're gonna build here?
Indeed. Can we begin?
I'm ready.
We've got what we...
A few days later. Horsies!
God be with you.
I'd like to...
Well now. I then go and have a look in. See you later.
Shadowmere? Oh my god. Shadowmere is so much better. Except in the courage department. Do I get rid of Kanthaka? Aggro. Ooh, aggro is better than Shadowmere. What about... I can be Gandalf! Hold on, that's not fast enough to be Shadowfax. Shadowfax should be like a 50. Right, Shadowfax! Show me the meaning of haste. Oh. Isn't there another horse? Oh. Fuck. I'm gonna rob my own people. Oh my god, we're getting rid of Kanthaka for Shadowfax. Where'd they go? Sir! I want to buy Shadowfax. I want to be Gandalf. I'm assuming my shit will just transfer over. I hope. I'm not risking it. What the fuck? What? Game? Sir? Sir, I've come to buy Shadowfax. I will be Gandalf. Knock knock. This is my home now. Shadowfax is Gandalf's horse. Well, I don't think Shadowfax is his horse. Like, Gandalf does not own Shadowfax. Shadowfax is like a friend who allows Gandalf to ride him, I think.
I'd like to buy...
Well now.
I have.
Is there one?
That was totally a yeah.
Surely you'll knock something... What about...
What? Done. See you later.
Shadowfax! Do you know the meaning of haste? Ooh. Yo, Shadow. Ooh. You know, we're switching up. Organize my inventory a bit.
Yeah.
You're beautiful, Shadowfax. He doth know the meaning of haste. I love you. Alright, Saddler's equipment. Yes.
I've decided what to build.
Marius?
That shouldn't take too long. Come along with me and we'll take a look at the site.
Time you started fucking moving. Took your sweet ass time, Marius.
We're going to build here.
Indeed.
A few days later. Or if he has a new horse, one that's better than nothing's better than nothing can be better than Shadowfax.
God almighty. Take care.
Hmm. And what are... I feel like that's better. Need body armor. Or can we get body armor for our horse?
Take care.
I want body armor. What problems must I deal with today?
Good day, Master Bailiff.
God be with you. What's the trouble?
Lame Agatha, that old crone who lives on the edge of the village.
What's she done to you?
Well, I thought you should know. She's getting mixed up in the herb woman's trade and selling folk all kinds of ointments and potions.
Not
What's wrong with
ointments.
that?
Oh no.
It's all a swindle and a cheat. She ought to be burned as a witch.
What do you mean, it's a swindle?
Because those mixtures of hers don't work. is nothing but plain water with herbs and pork lard.
How do you
How do
know?
you know about it? Have you tried something from her yourself?
Me? Why would I? Well, that would be a sin, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? It's a swindle.
Because those mixtures...
So it's not witch's brews she's selling, just ordinary herbs?
Exactly, the swindler. But she casts spells too, I can tell you that.
She casts spells, huh?
Well, I suppose she did something to you, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
She X'd my hens and now they won't lay. And she put a spell on her own so they lay double.
Are you serious?
I swear by the Holy Mother of God, she put a spell on them.
What kind of ointments and potions are you talking about?
Oh, you know, potions for an aching head, women's pains, and herbs to make cows give more milk.
Nothing
I
serious.
don't think there's anything untoward going on here. Folk will always turn to quacks and herbalists for remedies. As long as they're hurting no one, leave them to it.
Witches should burn. You call that justice? Next time I'll go straight to the bishop.
Yeah, bitch. Next time I'll just throw you straight in the stockade for wasting my time. I'm the bailiff here, alright? I ride a horse named Shadowfax. None are better than me. Right, tavern.
There's work to be done.
Good choice. Come with me.
Of course it's a good choice. It's a great choice. I'm a genius.
Good day.
Good day.
We're gonna build...
Indeed. We've got what...
A few days later.
God save. Good luck then.
What you got? Nothing. Alright, wait an hour so that it can be light out. How much money are we rocking? We have 46. Ooh. Almost gone through. We've gone through half of our goal. Well, we have a brewery.
I've decided what to build.
God, Shadowfax looks amazing. Yo, Marius. Fuck what? Get moving.
You've decided? Good. Let's get building.
That guard has like the coziest job. He's just like, I just gotta watch that chest. Make sure no one steals the gold.
We're gonna build.
Right. I'll...
We'll just have a brewery, and from now on, the anchor will be able to brew a local beer every time. Oh, nice. Herbislavitz boar. Well, you're well armored, aren't you? Alright, dice games.
I've decided what to build.
I'll muster the labor. Come with me.
We have booze now. Well, we're making our own booze. Aren't we, Marius? And now we shall have games. Huzzah! Come on, Marius. Jog a little faster. I still think it's kind of stupid that I have to, you know, fucking walk all the way out here with you just to get the cutscene.
We're gonna build.
Yeah. We've got...
Wait 10 hours again. Oop. I have judgment to pass. Who doth wish to be judged by Lord Henry?
Rook and Lumiere, a known pair of troublemakers. Fighting again, are you? What's it this time?
Rook is a filthy, thieving magpie.
This
Accusation.
bastard is a fucking liar.
No, you can insult each other in your own time, not mine. What happened?
As you know, Master Bailiff, I've got a daughter, and this Rook here has a son, and like you'd expect, the son is as much of a beast as his old man. He put a belly on my girl, and then turned his back on her.
A likely tale, you lying scoundrel. We're a decent, honest family, sir. But that daughter of his, nothing but a whore, she is. She seduced my son. And what's more, this thieving bastard stole my cow, too.
What?
Enough swearing. One at a time, and settle down. What's this about stealing a cow?
When that no-good son of his wouldn't do the right thing by my daughter, Rook here agreed in the end to give me a cow as compensation for her honor.
And I did. Only then, that slut ran off with some minstrel. Where's the honor in that? And
Whoa.
besides, it could be anyone's brat she's carrying.
Tell me more about your daughter.
Pretty as a picture, and a good lass. a little flighty.
Flighty?
She had her head turned by that coxcomb, and he put her in the family way. And then he wouldn't marry her. And who else would take her with a youngster? So we agreed on a cow in compensation.
That much is true. Only, I'm sure you'll agree, Master Bailiff, where there's no honor to lose, there's nothing to compensate. A girl that runs off with some wandering jester.
What could she do when she couldn't show her face in public? That's what you paid for.
What about this son of yours?
Well, he ain't the brightest star in the sky, but he's a kind soul and a good worker. That slut of a daughter of Lumiere's got him all worked up.
My
got
son,
herself
he
pregnant,
ain't too
and then
sharp.
broke his
He
heart.
kinda stupid.
I talked him out of marrying her myself, because I'd rather give this bastard my best cow than my son.
I won't listen to this. That boy is a simpleton and a brute. And for sure, my daughter never went with him of her own free will.
Oh.
I wanted no more to do with Lumiere or his damn daughter.
Now
so I
you're
agreed to the
making
compensation instead of marriage.
an assault
And
accusation
no sooner
here,
was the deal done
Lumiere.
than the slut ran off. And I want my cow back.
You'll get nothing. A deal is a deal. It's your fault I've lost my one and only daughter.
Oh.
I've heard enough to know how things really stand. A bargain is a bargain, whatever unforeseen may happen. The cow belongs to Lumiere.
Thank you, sir. I never doubted your wisdom.
You call that justice? I won't stay another minute in a village where the bailiff takes a hand in daylight robbery.
Okay, bye, Rook. You're a fucking bitch. Use you. All right. Oh no! Please say so. What's his name? We need. We have our forge fully upgraded. That traders, caverns fully built. That's fully built. Beehive.
I've
Beehive.
decided what to build.
Quick maths. Do those quick maths, Marius.
All right. I'll muster the labor. Come with me.
We're going to build here.
We've
Ah, yes, because this takes a few days to make. Rip the honeybees. They're dying. There you go. Okay. Ooh, so we do bake. I think going with the baker is going to be better than going with the butcher. Because that's 170. As this. No, this would be more. Yeah. Be more.
I've decided what to build.
Besides, every village needs a good pastry place, right?
Come along with me then. and we'll start building.
Aye, aye, Captain. I can hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. Oh. Who lives in a village in the middle of the woods? Henry!
We're gonna build here?
Right here. We've...
I like how we still haven't solved the crisis currently happening in our region, yet Henry's just fucking around building the village. Oh, there's... Mayor Hoyed was just attacked and we still haven't figured out who done it? Ah, build the village. Priorities. Damn right. Judgment! Henry must cast judgment!
Master Bailiff.
You're new here, aren't you? Welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sylvester is my name. I got here just this very day and came looking for you right away. I heard you was looking for handy tradesmen, see?
True, but it depends what you can do.
I'm a baker, sir, and if I may be so bold, one of the best there is.
Good. We don't have a baker yet. So, tell me something about yourself.
I'll tell you, Master Bailiff, but only on one condition. That what I say will remain only between the two of us till Judgment Day.
Well, I must say that's a surprise. But yes, I swear on my honor as bailiff.
All right then. I can see you're a worthy man. Your name precedes you. I'll be straight with you. I know this village very well, seeing as how I was here not long ago. That is, until you and Sir Radzig and his men came and cleared the place out.
What, you were here? With the bandits?
I was only serving them as cook and baker, like, but soon as I saw your lot coming, I took to my heels in a hurry. I never robbed nor hurt nobody. I needed work, and them bandits paid well. After all, a man's got to make a living somehow, and them wasn't the kind of fellas you says no to.
Tell me more.
I see. So you were with Runt's band. Might someone recognize you?
Far as I know, anyone who'd know my face is dead. Some thanks to you, sir.
If word got out that I was hiding a bandit from the law...
I'd rather give myself up than get you or anyone else into trouble. All I'm after is to start an honest life again.
I'll take you.
Fair enough. Since you came clean, I'll trust you and keep your secret. You're hired.
Thank you, sir. You won't regret it. I promise you.
We have a baker, and his name is Sylvester. Sylvester Stallone.
There's work to be done.
Come along with me then, and we'll start building.
Of course. I agree, Mr. Cow. I agree. Hold on, we just built these buildings and they already have moss on them? Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. What quality timber are we cutting down? No one's scraped that. We build them with moss. New building technique.
Build here?
All good.
from ancient Rome. That's why Rome's roads were able to last as long as they did, because they built with moss. Alright, I think we have built everything except for the roundhouse and the church. I think we have plenty of money to build both of those things. Let's just see here. Forge, bakery, stables, traders, tavern, bridge, woodcutter camp, beehives, labor. Yep. Alrighty.
Marius,
Church.
there's work to be done.
Good choice. Come with me.
We're going to build here?
Yes. We've...
It's no longer falling apart. Woo! That's where I killed Ron. I bashed his skull in. Rete Turney, I don't give a shit. I have judgment to pass. Oh, cow. What wisdom. I understand. I understand.
Bad news, I'm afraid, Master Bailiff. Very bad news.
That makes a change.
I don't like bad news.
Well, out with it. What happened?
2 wagons that were on the way here with grain and fodder supplies were ambushed by a band of Cumans. The wagoners escaped by the skin of their teeth, but the supplies are gone.
Ugh, damn it. That is bad news.
Worse than bad. Those were supplies for the whole year, and we won't be able to replace them. Things are hard enough as it is. Sir Divish had to lower his quota for Townburg just to let us have it.
So we've no grain for the baker, no fodder for the stables?
I'm afraid not, Henry. We're left with only 2 options. One as bad as the other. Either we can go cap in hand asking for more, and look like incompetent fools. And anyway, we'd be lucky to get any.
Not too appealing, I must say. And the second option?
There's still a few sacks of grain in the labourers' camp, but they bought it themselves. We could requisition it, but it would make us rather unpopular. Not just with them. It's for you to decide as bailiff.
Ask Sir Hanish.
We'll order another delivery. They sent one, they'll surely send another.
I fear they'll send us nothing but mouldy dregs from the bottom of the barrel.
Can't be helped. We'll just have to make do. See to it.
Better than robbing from our own people that paid with their own money. Build the
I've
church.
decided what to build.
I'll muster the labour. Come with me.
Make it like the monastery in In Ulm. I think that's where the big monastery.
We're gonna build here?
Right here.
Ah, yes, we added a house. And a bell! Oh my goodness. It's such a shoddy church. How much money do we have? 15,000. Nice.
I've decided what to build.
Come along with me then, and we'll start building.
We're gonna build.
We've.
Ooh. Ah, look at Jesus. Look at him. I don't know if that's Jesus or not. I don't know. Doesn't look like a painting. I must pass further judgment upon the poor. Mr. Cow, what doth you say? I agree.
Master Bailiff?
Ah, Master Baker. What is it?
Focusing the baker, Sylvester, is giving short weight.
Nonsense. I weigh every loaf again right in front of the customer if they ask for it.
That seems sensible. What's the problem then, Marius?
Well, the price was originally set for bigger loaves.
Well, true, they're smaller now, but they weigh just as much.
I can't deny it. I checked the weight myself.
Well, what are you putting in the bread? Lead?
Just flour from the wheat you ordered. Though I'm damned if I know why I'm baking white bread for folk that are used to eating even acorns.
How do you weigh the bread?
On the scales I've brought here, how else?
And why do you think they're accusing you?
There's always folk like that. Nothing but gall, it is.
I've decided. We'll get municipal scales, then the villagers can check the weight whenever they have doubts.
But that's not necessary, Master Bailiff. My customers can check the weight on my scales whenever they want. Besides, good scales don't come cheap.
True enough. The mechanism itself is nothing complicated. But casting precise weights according to the original in Talmberg is no easy matter.
We made scales in Skalitz. Maybe I can help with that.
Are you sure?
Aye. Me and Pa forged scales for weighing silver. That's
We
gonna be
did?
a lot more precise than for a loaf of bread.
Excellent. I'm all for it.
Sacre.
There's work to be
Come
done.
along with me then, and we'll start building.
We're gonna build
Right here.
That's the story of Sir Henry. Praise him. We have no rat house, but we can inform Sir Divish that Te has been fixed. I mean, Pribyslavitz is fixed, not Rate. I'm stupid.
Marius, there's work to be done.
That shouldn't take too long. Come along with me and we'll take a look at the site.
We're gonna build...
Right. All good.
There's work to be done.
Marius. Work to be done. Yeah, man, Marius.
Come along with me then, and we'll start building.
I'm waiting for you.
We're gonna build...
Look at the moss on the tiles of that roof. Beautiful. Well, this would be my thing. Oh! 7 in the morning. I thought it was night. But it's not.
There's work to be done.
Marius. Work. Come on, monsieur.
That shouldn't take too long. Come along with me and we'll take a look at the site.
Why exactly did we have to run outside for this, Marius? Care to inform me?
We're gonna build...
We've...
Nourishment 73.
I've decided what to build.
Do you need help?
Yeah, I need you to get off your fucking ass so we can do the last building.
You've decided? Good. Let's get building.
Yes, let's.
We're gonna build.
Yeah. I'll
So, how am I doing with the village?
Let's see. How do you... We've already finished... Excellent.
I'm glad you're pleased. Could you... Nothing.
We've already
All right. Pribyslavitz is built. Where's a bath? This has no water in it for me to bathe. Just... Artifacts show me the meaning of haste.
Yeah.
But technically, we're actually not done. We have people to recruit still. But we'll do that after we report to Sir Divish. Anything up here for Sir Henry to take? I bet there's booze up here. There isn't booze up here. That's disappointing. Sir Henry is not pleased. Sir Henry must be compensated with booze.
Yeah.
Good day, stable hand. Boy, guy, thing. Sir Divish. Wakey wakey.
Sir Divish, I finished the assignment you gave me. Pribyslavitz is up and running once more, and making money. And the church is as good as new.
Indeed? That's excellent news. I can't wait to see it for myself.
Of course. We can go right away.
See you later.
Welcome to Pribyslavitz.
Well now, I've heard some reports, but to see it with my own 2 eyes, beautiful.
Me and Marius did our best.
As you saw on the way here, the village is prospering, trade is booming, and the villagers are doing well.
I saw the new buildings as we were riding in. You've both done a magnificent job. I owe you my gratitude and commendation.
Thank you, sir.
How did you manage it so quickly?
We had to clear the woods.
I'm amazing.
And the ruins of the former
And I
village.
had a lot of money.
I arranged supplies of building materials and victuals from traders nearby.
Thanks to which we were able to build what you see here today.
And the church here has become the dominant feature of the whole village.
I'm especially proud of our church.
Indeed, you have plenty to be proud of. Thank you both. I can say wholeheartedly that you have not disappointed me. On the contrary, you have exceeded my expectations.
It's been an honor.
I quite concur.
Master Marius, I'd like you to stay on in the village. As soon as things have settled in the province, we can begin with the expansion as planned.
As you wish, my lord.
As for you, Henry, as I promised, you shall continue to have the income from the village, as well as the bailiff's office.
Thank you, my lord.
I thank you, Henry. Few could manage what the 2 of you have achieved here.
Oh, shucks. I'm amazing, I know. Alright, time to take back my fucking money because the village is making a profit. I can take my money out of the chest. Yeah. We have judgment to cast.
God be with you.
How's it going, fellas?
Well, Master Bailiff, well. But I speak for all of us when I ask, what's to become of all this timber we've logged?
True. It is piling up. The thing is, we've no plans to build anything big just now.
That means we'll be out of work. What are we to live on?
Don't worry, you'll have work enough. We'll sell the timber. Besides, we'll need to clear the woods even more to expand in the future. Have a word with the merchant. He'll arrange to have the timber hauled away and sold. You have my permission for that.
Thank you, sir. We'll do as you say.
Alright. Shadowfax. We head to recruit people. Head to I don't think any there.
Yeah.
Actually, let me just double check if no one in Ujits. Okay, so a lot of people are usually. Shadowfax knows the meaning of haste. How many times will I say that quote tonight? A lot. What I also find kind of funny is, you notice with the horse we got from the DLC stables, the chamfron, the horse armor here, is properly like meshed in, whereas the meshing with Kantaka was not right.
Yeah.
At least they fit, yeah. I mean, originally, before the DLC, the only place you could get horse armor was this spot here on the ledge there.
Yeah.
Couldn't buy it anywhere else. However, I don't know where the horse body armor is. I don't know how to get that. I would like horse body armor. For Shadowfax. That would be cool.
I'm glad you came.
Greetings, Henry.
Hey, I've got this thing going in Pribyslavitz, and there's plenty of problems, and, well, I could use a helping hand.
Sorry, Henry, old pal, but I'm up to my ears in my own problems. Maybe another time, when things get settled.
Hey, I've got this thing going in Pribyslavitz, and there's plenty of problems, and, well, I could use a helping hand.
Sorry, Henry, old pal, but I'm up to my ears in my own problems. Maybe another time, when things get settled.
What?
Why is that?
Because...
Take care.
Is there a quest line still to be done with him?
Hey, what?
I need a helping...
Bailiff, eh? Well.
Got it for you, right?
What problems do you fuckers have to deal with? And yeah, so, well, I'm assuming there is because, well, we have a slot for it. That's why I assume we'd have body armor.
God be with.
Wouldn't you like a change? We're rebuilding Pribyslavitz, and I could use you in the new tavern.
Are you mad? I got the best.
Isn't there any way?
Not a God be with you.
All right. I can't recruit them yet. I believe. Oh. Why would they make... Maybe it's just for mods? That's what I'm assuming. At this point, there's no known... Although there is a spare... I think it's for the use of modders, it seems.
Yeah.
There's no more content being released for this game. I'm looking for a lad named Raspberry. Oh, that's you.
I'm glad to see you.
Would you like to go to Pribyslavitz and work as a woodcutter?
I'll do it.
All right, so you can... Hang on. That's it? No questions, no demands?
I've got one question. When do I start?
I have a feeling there's something you're not telling me.
Oh, all right. It's true. It's just that it'd suit me to get the hell out of here right now. The thing is, this one time, I had a bit of a roll in the hay
do I
with
need
the
to do with
baker's daughter, and
fucking
damn it all,
Fritz
it could
and
be
Meg?
any fellow who got her in the
Oh.
family way. Everyone knows she'll go with anyone who's got two groschen to rub together. Well, to cut a long story short,
Oh, I know.
I'd rather make myself scarce before her pa set some hired brutes on me.
My word. I'm sorry I asked now. But I'll take you.
Good luck then.
Because I started this quest.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to recruit them until I get the innkeep killed. Well, we've done all of his quests. We have no more use for this innkeep. And he didn't want to be our own innkeeper, so. Andrew,
God be with you, Henry.
I'm sorry. Below me, I forgot. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't care about Andrew. He was mean to me. He was a dick.
Good day.
I have.
Show me. They deserve.
I know who's behind the.
What?
Andrew, the keeper at the inn in the glade.
Him? How do you know? Do you have any proof?
I overheard something in the alehouse. The money is sure to be locked up somewhere there.
If what you say is true, there'll be hell to pay. I'll tell you that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, rip Andrew. But I must do it so I can recruit my friends for Pribyslavitz. Andrew, surely you would understand. Frames, fix yourself.
Yeah.
I haven't fallen off my horse yet today. Let's go. Getting better. Small victory. After we got someone murdered, or well, wrongfully killed.
Yeah. So many plots and intrigues, and nothing remains but dead bodies.
What's up, Sir Robard?
You're right.
About that quarry? How did it turn out?
We searched every corner of the inn and found something in the cellar. The sacks that were used to carry the quarrymen's wages.
Jesus, what have you been up to?
Getting a man killed.
Listen, Matthew, I'm running Pribyslavitz now. How would you like to move there? There's work enough to be had.
How much work?
Lots of it. Don't you worry about that.
Henry, that's exactly what I am worried about.
I might have known. We've got a tavern there too, though.
Why didn't you say so right away? I can always count on you, pal. I'll get going then, alright?
You do that. But don't forget, you'll have your work cut out.
I don't doubt it. Another ale has to drink dry.
Good luck then.
Alright, we got Matthew. Fritz.
Hey!
Hey, what do you say to move into Pribyslavitz? I'm in charge there now, and I could find some job for you.
A job in the woods? Doing what? Collecting pine cones?
You could help with the building work.
To hell with that. What good did honest labour ever do me?
We've got a tavern too.
Ah, now that's a different matter. Emptying tankards is a job I do best. I'll shake on that.
No doubt I'll regret it, but I'll take you.
God be with you.
So who's the innkeep now? Will it say? Will there be a new innkeep?
All right. And get a move on, because you...
Yep.
Goodbye.
She's taken over. Alright. Neuhoff stables now. For some more people. Fruit.
Yeah.
Greetings, Henry.
Greetings, Zora.
You told me you'd teach me something useful.
Aye, and I keep my word.
How are you doing?
Good, good. No one's trying to cut my throat, and I've got a proper roof over my head again.
I'm glad it worked out for you.
Sometimes, when I go to the courtyard at night and there's a sudden movement or sound, it makes me jump, but it's just a memory.
Hey! Greetings.
Would you have anyone here who would work as a groom for me in Pribyslavitz?
Well, there might be, but we're still getting things back into shape after that raid. And I can't afford to lose my hands. Although, poor Mark could do with a change. He's not been himself since that night. Always staring at the ground like he can still see those dead horses. I'm afraid it's not good for him being here, but I can't just trust him to anyone.
Not to worry, I'll take good care of him. And I can really use someone who understands horses.
It'd do him good to move away and leave those ghosts behind. Especially if he's taking care of horses. He's a clever lad and loves those animals. But who's going to do his job here? I can't afford to hire a new hand right away.
You know it would be the best thing for Mark. But if it's as you say, the poor lad could lose his mind here.
Oh dear. It'll be hard to manage without him, but you're right. Very well then. You have my permission. Mark can go with you if he wants to.
Philip?
Good luck then.
Mark? Mark! Where are you? Mark! Where be thou? Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you, Philip? Mark!
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
I'm glad to see things getting back to normal here. How are you coping?
All right, I suppose.
What is it? Are you still troubled by that night?
All the time. Whenever I close my eyes, I can still see all that blood and those bastards curse this place. I can't look anywhere without seeing carcasses. I'd like to disappear far from here. But where can I go? I don't know anyone anywhere else.
Well, I can help you. I've got stables in Pribyslavitz, and I'll need someone there who knows horses. And I hear you understand them very well.
You? You take me on there? But is it safe there?
Safe as houses. Any bandits or cumans we didn't kill ran from the woods so fast you couldn't see their heels for dust. And there's not so many people there, so if you prefer talking to horses...
Ha ha! Horses can't talk. But first, you'll have to ask Mistress Zora if she'll let me go.
I already asked her, and she said yes.
She'll let me go? Really? All right, I'll go. Thanks. Take care.
Alright, anyone else from the Neuhoff stable? For a tie we go.
Yeah.
Alright, who are the names we gotta look for? Kunesh, Adam, Cornelius. Okay. Kunesh, Adam, and
That treasure of yours you sent me to get.
Did you find it?
It belongs to Baron.
But I couldn't know that.
Well, fine. Look here, Kunesh. I can't watch you wasting away here anymore. How would you like a job?
Working for you? Where?
In Pribyslavitz. We're rebuilding the whole settlement. You could maybe work there as a woodcutter.
Oh, I could cut wood. But what's it worth to you?
You did.
I offer you a job, and you start giving me lip again.
Oh, don't start on me again, for the love of God. All right, I'll work for you, if you'll just leave me be. I've had enough of getting my arse kicked.
what I fucking thought, Kunesh. Alright, Adam and Cornelius.
How's it going?
Listen, wouldn't you like to move to Pribyslavitz? I need someone there who's able to read and write and do sums. If you can do that, you'd make a good merchant to handle building materials.
Well, that's nearly the same job I had at the Skalitz mines. And they were the most profitable mines for miles around.
True. We don't have any mines, of course, but if you could handle the trade, that would help me a lot.
I know enough about trade, but I won't work for nothing. What are you offering?
Naturally, you'll earn coin enough. Don't tell me you want to spend the rest of your life struggling here. I know you're a fellow who recognises a good opportunity, and that's exactly what this is.
Ha! You're right about that. Very well, I'll move there. It don't look like we'll be going back to Skalitz anytime soon anyway.
Okay, now for Adam.
God be with you.
Adam, listen. You're a friendly fella, and you know a thing or two about the tavern trade. How would you like to be my innkeeper?
What? Me? Innkeeper?
I've got a tavern in Pribyslavitz. Sir Divish put me in charge of building new homes there. But who wants to live in a village without an alehouse? And someone's got to run it.
Well, Henry, I've always wanted to save a bit of coin and open my own tavern. To continue the family tradition, like Pa and Bianca. And now you come to me with this offer.
I know. That's exactly why I came to you.
Thank you. And you can count on me to keep the place full to bursting. Take care.
Alrighty, is that everyone in Ratai? Unet, Adam, Nelia. Alright, so that leaves 3 more people. So we gotta go to Sasau now. For our good old buddy, the swordsmith.
Yeah!
once we get everyone recruited for Privoslavitz and then like go back to Privoslavitz to talk to all the people that we recruited, then will be the tier list for books I've read, here, video games I've played. We'll do probably a couple history tier lists as well. Yeah, fun. The video game tier list might be. Ooh.
Yeah.
I wish Clay would. I kind of want Clay to show up for that because that'll involve Mass Effect. Frames, I saw you.
Yeah.
God save.
I need a skilled swordsmith in Privoslavitz who'll put good, strong steel in my men's hands. Are you interested?
What? Give up my shop here to move to some ruins in the woods? Trade's not so great right now, true, but why would I do that?
I helped you find the pieces of the sword. Helping me in return is the Christian thing to do.
I paid you for that. I've no obligation to you, Christian or not.
You're a bit of a dick.
Well, that depends.
Ah, you're looking at it all wrong. You should see it as an investment.
I don't know if I want him to be my swordsmith
How
anymore.
many smiths are there here in Sasau alone? In Privoslavitz, you be the one and only. And the village is growing and growing, so there'll be fat profits to be had.
I'm offering him a monopoly.
An enterprising young
Capitalism.
man. All right, I'll do it. Take care.
If I can turn this into a lecture on capitalism, that is why capitalism is self-destructive. Because, essentially, the end goal for capitalists is to have a monopoly. That is essentially their goal, so that they can maximize the most amount of profit possible. Alright. Scouts, Retai, Swordsmith. Alright, mill outside Merhoyad. And we'll have to go up to Ujits, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Tarada, if you would like, if you go to the tier list website, and you want to take a look and see any tier lists you'd like to see me do, feel free to, and this goes out for anybody listening in chat. If you see any tier list you'd like to see me do, feel free to tell me about them in the chat. I will most likely do them. We just have 2 more steps to make to recruit some people, and then it's back to Privoslavitz. And then it'll be tier time. Tier list time. And pissing off probably people. I think my most controversial... There's going to be one controversial, I'd say, probably, ranking in my book ranking. But I think the one that'll be really controversial, that'll get some people to disagree, will be my my game review. Game tier list. I think where is Mark?
God watch you.
Look here. A pretty young girl like you is wasted in a mill. Wouldn't you rather be an alehouse maid? I've got a tavern in
Well, I'd be glad.
Don't worry.
God bless.
Okay, boom.
Huh? What?
And then Vashek. Ujit Stables.
Yeah.
I think I need a haircut. Shit is too long now. It's annoying. Fucking that. Or my hair is just falling out and I'm old. I don't feel like my hair is all that long though. I don't know. It hasn't been wanting to stay stylized. Like how I put stuff in my hair in the morning to make it nice, but then by the end of the day, it's just down. I hate it. I hate my hair when it's down like that, where it's flat. You haven't had a haircut since 2020, Tarada? Dude, your hair must be fucking long. Holy shit. You rocking like a fucking pulled back, like kind of man bun kind of thing? Whew.
Yeah.
More like an afro? Oh, okay. That's how your hair grows. Nice. Hope you're Vashta. You are the head groom. Where's Vashta? Where the fuck? Alright, we're just gonna wait 14 hours. No one at my school ever grew out their afro. One kid, he did start growing out a bit, I think, senior year. But then, like, I think he got it. I think he didn't really grow it that much. Like, maybe it went that high, and then it was just like that poofy out, maybe a little less.
I hope I can be of...
I found that.
Really?
Yes.
Thankful.
You're welcome.
I would...
Would you like a new job? I'm looking for someone to care for the horses at my stables.
You've got stables?
I have. In Pribislavis.
I don't know. An upstart...
What's your tongue? I'll have you know you're talking to the new bailiff of Pribislavis, so show some respect.
You don't say. Well, I'm sorry. What, with you hanging around here like a normal idler, I never took you for someone in office. And you say you need someone for the stables? Well, ever since that cock-up with Pie, even the horses here are laughing at me. All right. I'll work...
If you'll take...
Aye, Mr. Bailiff.
I'll let it pass.
May the Lord watch over you.
Alright, so... Since I took do I have 2 grooms now?
Yeah.
There's Curly and Puffy on the top. I think I actually know what kind of afro you're talking. I think I've seen that some people on the TikTok got hair like that. My hair is fucking boring. I can't do shit with it. I mean, if I put more effort into it, I'm sure I could, but like, am I gonna put more effort into it? No. I'm gonna spend at most 2 to 3 minutes on it in the morning. That's about it.
Yeah.
We're off to Pribislavis. Oh, and for anyone that's curious, my reaction to the booster, to the COVID booster shot, very fucking mild. My arm was pretty fucking sore this morning, but once I started getting it moving and stuff, I had a workout. It didn't really bother me after my workout. And it's a little sore if I push down on the spot that got I got injected. But yeah, my fucking reaction to the second shot was awful. I laid in bed like the whole day after I had my second shot. And a friend of mine who got his booster, he said that he also was like, he laid in bed a lot his day after too. So I'm like kind of surprised that I didn't have really much of a reaction. Yeah, okay, Johnson. My grandparents had got Johnson and Johnson as well. And I think they're, at least I think they got Moderna. Might have been the boost. Yeah, like luckily I have not had COVID. The whole
God be with you.
Whole pandemic so far. Knock on wood for Ryan. Oh, you know, going through just that little bit of what it was like with getting the vaccine. I'll take that over dealing with COVID full head on. You know? Has Swordsmith Fink arrived yet? Take a look at the books, at the money. Ooh, we're back over 2 grand. Making money. Damn. Take a look specifically. Swordsmith Fink brings in 60. Nice. Bakery. Sylvester's bringing in 75 extra. Vashek is 5. Which is no, so the trader. Oh, we finished the village. That was the tavern. Adam and Mark bring 80. Matthew and Fritz are costing us money, of course. Ganesh and Raspberry bringing in some money. Right. Go talk. The layabouts, Matthew and Fritz. Or what we'll do? Wait 24 hours. Everyone to arrive. Alright, Swordsmith Fink finally here. There.
God save you.
Do you have any, like, better weapons now that you're at my establishment? No, you don't. Yay. Well, of course, we have one more judgment to make. Cornelius, what are you selling?
I'm glad.
Nothing I care about. Alright, let's talk to Vashek.
I hope I... Good luck to you.
Take it you don't sell. Alright, let's deal with the fucking thing.
You think there's anything I can do with it?
Pass our judgment.
I don't know you. What's the trouble?
I'm not from here, but you know my man Raspberry, they call him? He came here to work as a woodcutter.
You come to join him? Welcome.
On the contrary, sir. I came here to take him away.
Take him away? Why?
Sir, he went off and left me alone with the young one. And now work's mounting up at home. The roof needs fixing. The barn is falling apart. I begged him to come home, but he won't hear of it. Says the child isn't his.
Does he? And, is it?
Mother of God, sir. Of course it is. I'm a respectable woman.
So what's to stop you from staying here?
I would. Only my old mother is sick and she'd never survive the journey. She don't care much for Raspberry. But they'll soon get over it.
Are you married?
No, the scoundrel wouldn't marry me. But I'll soon see to that, if you'll only let him go.
I've decided. Well, supposing I give you a handsome dowry. That way you'll get yourself a better husband than a common woodcutter.
1 grand? Yo, we're setting her up for retirement.
That would be wonderful, sir. I never cared much for him anyway.
That's fucking rude.
They have the gall to attack a whole village.
Alright. Let's see, I believe... Next up will be Pestilence. Probably be the next thing we do. Now it is time for the tier lists. Go ahead and edit this. Just chatting. Bam. Right.
Big guys.
All right. Here. List. My account. All right. The first tier list we should be doing. How do I do this one? All right. The first tier list we will be doing is we are going to be ranking the books that I have read throughout 2021. And you know what? For this, I'm actually going to grab every single fucking one of them. Because it'll help me visualize. Uno momento. For mine. I'm too lazy to grab them all. Okay. So the first one that's kind of all right. So how I'm gonna be ranking these is probably a bit differently than how other people rank them. So S tier is gonna be books that like, oh, these are they have an amazing story, and they are written in a way that makes me want to reread them, or they're written so well, in my opinion, or they're written in a way that they also have a good story and they can just be reread super easily. A tier are books that I think have a great story, but may not necessarily be super rereadable. B tier are gonna be books that are above average, I would say. So slight above average will be B tier. C tier are gonna be just books I find to be average. And then D tier are going to be books that I think to be below average. Because also I have sympathy for authors, because completing a book is super hard to do. So, no, it's a miracle that you even finish one, honestly. Statistic-wise. Hey there, Yada. All right. So first up, I'm just going to do it in whole. I can't remember. Can't remember which one is the first one. I want to say this is the first Catherine Kurtz book. The Catherine Kurtz books are from the Darini trilogy. The Darini books are like, the Darini books were kind of the first fantasy books to be released after J.R. Tolkien. I believe these were published in the 60s originally. And for their time, I could see them being good. But of course, I mean, even back then, I kind of feel like these are kind of overhyped a bit. I found these to actually be kind of average. However, the first book I thought was actually pretty good. I think the first book was above average, but the other two, the second and then third book in the trilogy, I thought they were average. Decent story, but not stuff that I would reread. I don't think I'd find myself rereading. Now, next up, we're gonna go with a standalone. We're gonna go with The Once and Future King. And I think no, not The Once and Future King. I think T.H. White's The Once and Future King is an amazing take on King Arthur. However, it is not written in a way that makes me want to reread it. It is a tough, slow fucking read. So slow. So freaking slow. It took me like over a month to read this book. That's how much of a slog it was. And I did not like, I liked getting a little look into Arthur's childhood that he provides, but I felt like it went on for far too long. However, it does set up some good foreshadowing and some good, like, when it's referenced later on in the book, you're like, oh, I remember that. So, like, it does serve a purpose. It is just still not for me. But the story itself is so good. And the way in which, T.H. White conveys that story, I still feel like deserves an A tier. Funny how we have one history book on this list. Next up, we're gonna do The Red Knight, which is the first book in a 5-book series written by Miles Cameron, who is a ancient Greek historian, I believe. The Red Knight, fucking fantastic book. The last like the last act of this book, like the climax of this book, is perhaps one of the best climaxes I have ever read in a book. However, because of how I feel about the other books, has left me not putting it in S tier because of the way in which the characters that are introduced in the Red Knight, how they end up in the rest of the series. It makes me like, what's the point if the journey does not lead to a satisfactory conclusion, in my opinion. Wasn't for me. Now for the other books, let's see, which I think Fellsword was book 2. Hold on, let me look up. Okay, yeah, Fellsword. It's book 2. Book 2, Fellsword, I thought was also another pretty good book. I thought I felt like he got his pacing more under control here. Felt more balanced of a book instead of being back heavy, in which, all the good stuff is near the back. The Fellsword felt more balanced throughout. Actually, no, I'm gonna put it at top of B. It's above average. Dreadworm. One is third. Yeah, Dreadworm. Dreadworm kind of starts the things that I start to dislike start to become evident here in book 3 of his series, and I start to disagree with the choices that the author is making for his story. Personal opinions. Plague of Swords. This is the 4th book. Fall of Dragons. I hate the ending of Fall of Dragons. I really do. I honestly kind of did not even enjoy reading Fall of Dragons. So yeah. All right, which to rank next? You know what? We're gonna do Tad Williams next. So I haven't read the 3rd book in Tad Williams, Austin Ard trilogy here, or Memory, Sorrow, Thorn trilogy. I've only read the first 2. Dragonbone Chair. Now he has a way with words. However, Dragonbone Chair, I really did not like it. It was, I think I don't like the protagonist for pretty much the entire first book. Simon. I don't like Simon throughout the entire first book. And we spend way too much time in his head. And we spend the first 200 pages of this book still stuck inside the castle or something, I think it was. And that's just not for me. It felt very it was just so sloggy. But Stone of Farewell, however, the 2nd book, I feel was a much greater improvement over Dragonbone Chair. Still a bit of a slog to get through, but I felt like, I didn't dislike being in a character's, POV in Stone of Farewell. All right, let's see here. All right, Edward the First. I'm gonna put this history book at A tier. I think Mark Morris wrote this book so beautifully, in my opinion. He just was really good with writing his words through a historical lens. He crafted a narrative out of a king, right? With historical documentation. And that's it's very skillful. It takes a lot of skill for someone to craft a narrative out of history, because you have so many things happening in history throughout someone's life. It takes a lot of skill to make it a cohesive narrative. And he did a damn good job at that. Now, of course, if we were to rank all of the history books I've read this year, there would be a whole lot more because of school. But I don't remember the names of any of the books I had to read for university. So that's the one. Okay, let's see. You know what? I think we're gonna tackle Percy Jackson. Lightning Thief, S tier. Fucking S tier book. It just sets up. The one thing Rick Riordan actually does really well. He doesn't try to hide it, right? Because this is a young adult book, so he's not trying to, hide things. Kind of like George R. So like George R. R. Martin hides things, I would say, where if you're a careful reader, you will benefit from carefully reading George's work. Rick Riordan, he writes things in that if you're paying attention, that'll be useful for you. Like you'll be able to pick stuff out as things happen later on down the series, right? There'll be more. There's foreshadowing in this for the stuff that happens throughout the series. However, he doesn't hide it really as much as George does, or really adult fantasy does. He kind of puts it more out in the open, where it's like, obviously for, kids or young adults to pick up and spot. But Percy Jackson is he's such a well-made character. He's a fantastic character. Probably he's in my top 3 probably favorite characters in fantasy. That's how much I fucking love him. Now, book 2, Sea of Monsters, was a step down. It was kind of, it felt, it didn't really feel like much happened in Sea of Monsters. Now, of course, what happens in Sea of Monsters at the end brings us to Titan's Curse and the events of Titan's Curse. But I just don't think Sea of Monsters just wasn't as interesting. The Titan's Curse goes back up to S tier. I really enjoyed Titan's Curse. I think I read this one pretty fast compared to Sea of Monsters. I read the Percy Jackson series pretty fast, actually, for me. And then Battle of the Labyrinth, I'm gonna put it above. I actually really enjoy Battle of the Labyrinth. It's actually pretty. I don't know if we'll put it above Sea of Monsters at least, but it wasn't. It wasn't S tier. I mean, I'll still reread. Like, if I go through another reread of Percy Jackson, I'll of course these will be reread as well. It's just they won't be as. I won't look as forward to them, But then, Last Olympian. Ooh, do I put it above Lightning Thief? I think I put it above Lightning Thief because it comes to an exceptionally satisfying ending. Like super satisfying. Like one of the I think most satisfying endings I've ever read, I would say, in a series. Talking this much has me tired already. All right. Next up is the Silmarillion. Now, this is going to be the controversial pick here. I love what the Silmarillion is. Let me make that clear. I do love the Silmarillion. However, it was the hardest book I have ever fucking read. Harder than any history book I've had to read. It was so fucking I don't even know fucking much of what happened in the book. Because it was that hard for me to... I don't think I will reread the Silmarillion. It would be... The way I look at the book is it'll be something that I use when the Amazon Amazon's show comes out. When Amazon releases their their Silmarillion series or whatever they're gonna call it in a year. I will probably go back to the Silmarillion and be like, oh, let's see if this was how much of that was written in the book or whatever. You know, that's kind of what I'll do with it. But like, I'm not gonna fucking reread the book. I can't. Light of the Jedi. I'm gonna give it a top of A tier. I don't know if it's something I love. Most of the characters that you get here. However, it didn't really hook me until a decent bit in. It didn't hook me off the bat. It took a while for it to hook me. And then with the ending, I was exceptionally hooked, and now I really want the second book in the High Republic series they've got going here. But this one I think is A tier. Perhaps it'll get bumped up if the rest of the series is also amazing and they make me want to like reread, right? We'll see how the rest of the journey goes. But the fucking Wookiee Jedi Buryaga, fucking love that guy. Fucking love that Wookiee. And then, all right. So these last three books, this is actually super easy for me to put. Fires of Vengeance by Evan Winter, S tier. The Rage Dragons, even fucking better, S tier. And these are not European medieval fantasy. This is Southern African fantasy. So, like the Josa's tribe of like, I think their tribal location or cultural location is just north of South Africa. It's like in, I think, the Congo region kind of area, or Angola kind of area is where the Josa tribe people, Josa culture kind of is from. But Evan Winter's writing, he writes so well. The story, I think, is fucking phenomenal. I love the main character. Even though he's not I wouldn't even say the main character of Evan Winter's books here is necessarily all that likable. He's on a path of vengeance. Evan Winter is exploring vengeance in his series here, and I think he's just doing an absolutely beautiful job. And then Shadow of the Gods by John Gwynne. Best fucking book I read of 2021. Hands down. Fucking amazing. It's Norse. It's Nordic in its like roots. The characters are all like lovable. I like it's just so well written. It's beautifully written. Like these books are thick. The Rage of Dragons and Fires of Vengeance and Shadow of the Gods. These are thick books. These are like over 400 pages each one of these. And I think it took me less than a week to read Fires of Vengeance. I think I finished Rage of Dragons in about 5 days. And then Shadow of the Gods, I think took me 6 or 7 days to finish. They were just fucking phenomenal. Goddamn on me. I'm gonna save this. Oh, fine. Books 2021. I wanted to download it. All right. So what I'm gonna do now actually is, before we do the video game, generals. Let's see. Oh, they have fucking names on them. Sick. That actually helps me. Ooh, this one also has names. Ooh, which one should we do? Wait, this one has Alfred the Great. Is that Alfred? No, that's William the Conqueror. Fuck. Oh god, I gotta like squint for this. I don't know if I want to do this one. I don't think I'm gonna do this one. I also don't recognize a lot of these generals. It is time for my redemption arc. But I don't think either any of these was the list that I had from before. Oh God. Oh, my knowledge is very fucking rusty on a lot of these generals. So, yeah. Ha ha ha. All right. Alexander the Great. I don't think it's any fucking contest. S tier. Attila the Hun. Oh. He did some damage. However, I don't think he's necessarily that great if we, as a general, I don't think he's that great. Again, all right, so C tier is, I'm going to say, average. I want to put that. C tier would be average general, right? Or, well, average general amongst these guys. So, like, these are some of the most famous generals in history, right? So I'm going to say average amongst, C tier is average amongst these people. B, slightly above average. A tier, great general. S tier, near untouchable general. Like, so yeah. Attila, I think he's an above average general. Yeah, no, for who he's up against here, I'm gonna give him a C tier general. Now Belisarius. This is the same one? Okay. Don't worry, Napoleon. I will right my wrongs. I will fix my mistakes from a year ago. Belisarius, I'm gonna give you a B tier. I don't think you necessarily deserve A tier. He's a damn good general. But I think amongst the people here, especially with the people that will be filling up the S and A tiers, I don't know if Belisarius could really be put up into that A tier. Now, of course, my opinion on Belisarius could change once I go through Epic History TV series. However, with my current knowledge on Belisarius, I think as of right now, he doesn't stand out enough as a general to be in the S or A tier ranking. Simon Bolivar, I'm going to give him the same ranking as I gave him a year ago. D tier. And that he didn't really do, he unified much of Latin America. However, pretty much after his death, it crumbled or something like that. Or did it crumble during his life? I can't remember. I'm rusty on my Bolivar knowledge. Now, of course, he's left a legacy. However, again, compared to the rest of the generals on this list, I think he is below average compared to these guys. Now, Charlemagne. Charle-fucking-Magne. I'm stuck on C or B tier. Because I'm going to be honest, I think much of what Charlemagne did, I feel like he did that more as a statesman and not necessarily through military conquest. I think his skill was more in crafting a state and not in military conquest. I think of course he conquered Saxony. But he wasn't it wasn't him. I think Charlemagne, compared to the people on this list, I think he's a C tier. He's an average general. Definitely better than Bolivar. I think he'd probably be Attila's equal in that roughage kind of thing. Of course, they have completely different fighting tactics, so, you know, it's kind of a toss-up as to who would win here. Oh, actually, I mean, Attila did dominate. But, like, Charlemagne just never... Attila stands out more than Charlemagne in terms of military prowess. Yeah, it's just like, when you talk about Charlemagne, you don't really talk about much of his military conquest. Like, it'll get mentioned, but then it's kind of forgotten. But I think he's definitely a tier above Simón Bolívar. Now, Cyrus the Great. This is tough. This one is tough. Cyrus the Great is easily... If this was on crafting, like, on running a state, like running an administrative empire, Cyrus the Great would be fucking up here. Easily probably top of S tier. However, I don't think he stands out quite like the people that will be filling up our S tier. I don't think he stands out enough as a military conqueror to be given S tier. I don't think he really went up against too many opposing generals that really were challenging him, you know? And a reminder, my knowledge on a lot of these generals is pretty fucking rusty. So, yeah, apologize. I'm doing this off the top of my head. Now we have Gaius Marius. I think he's below Cyrus. He did do some reforms for Rome. Actually, I'm gonna put him above. Ooh. See, if I put Gaius in B tier, it kind of makes me want to move Belisarius. No, I'll put these two Roman generals together because the other Roman generals will be getting quite a bit of love later. Yeah, I think Gaius is probably B tier. He's above average. But it feels wrong putting him right next to Cyrus the Great. Oh, this is the problem with tier lists. This is the problem with tier lists. Oh, because it's like, come on. I don't think Cyrus, in terms of military as a general, as a military commander, I don't think Cyrus should be in the same ranking as Alexander the Great. But I also don't think can I add one? Add a row above. E plus. Boom. There we go. There we go. Gaius Marius, B plus. Genghis Khan. Ooh. Oh. No, I think I've got to put Genghis up there in S. Just the way he dominated and brought fear to everyone. S tier. George Patton. He's gonna go. He's above Bolivar. I've talked about my thoughts on Patton pretty in depth. He unnecessarily got a lot of Americans killed because of the way in which he wanted to conduct warfare. I don't like him. I also don't like him as a person, but of course, you know, my thoughts on them as people are not affecting their rankings here as generals. Patton, I think, kind of sucks as a general, honestly. Actually, I think Patton, probably the worst general on this list. American generals just aren't good. Like, they just aren't. American generals are pretty good at managing logistics and supplies. Not necessarily good at the rest of warfare. We're good at bringing down artillery. But American generals don't really do much else, honestly. I'm actually surprised that this list doesn't have Robert E. Lee or General Grant. I would put both E. Lee and Grant. I would probably put General Grant in B tier. Or no, I'd probably put Grant in B+. No. I'd probably put both Grant and E. Lee here in C tier. Hannibal. Rome never feared anyone more than Hannibal. Hannibal brought fear to Rome, the city itself. I think it's fair to put. I think he deserves S tier. Now hold on, Tirada. Is Helmut von Moltke, is this the senior or is this junior? Like, is this Franco-Prussian War Moltke or is this World War I Moltke? I don't know, because depending on which one it is will affect the ranking. Ugh. While figure out which Moltke it is. Caesar. I personally think Caesar is a much better general than Alexander. I think Caesar would win in a war. Caesar was just fucking brilliant. The fucking genius. I feel like there's nothing else for me to say. I think Caesar was just that fucking good. Like his battle at Alesia against Vercingetorix, I consider that probably the biggest brain move in history. Like, who the fuck thinks to build a wall and then a wall in front of you to trap Vercingetorix, and then you build a wall around you so that you can defend against Vercingetorix's incoming allies? That is such a big brain fucking move. Just, yeah. Now Napoleon Bonaparte, he has a whole era named after him. And the things that he was capable of doing in war, despite France being so fucked in terms of manpower and equipment. Yeah, I really fucked up in that first tier list ranking I made. I apologize wholeheartedly. Napoleon is definitely an S tier general. I was just being stupid. I still don't know which Moltke this is. Philip II, Alexander's father. I think he's an A tier general. He's near that S tier because he did bring in a bunch of like innovation, and he unified much of Greece, and pretty much if Philip II hadn't been who he was, I do not think Alexander would have been who he was, right? So I don't think if Philip II hadn't been the man that he was, Alexander probably would not have gone to conquer the Persian Empire. However, He is definitely overshadowed by his son Alexander. And then the things that he did, Alexander just so heavily improves upon them that, like, I feel like it bumps. Like, if Alexander had, like, let's say Alexander never existed and it was just Philip II, I would probably bump Philip II up to S tier. But because Alexander exists, I think he's top of A tier. It is the younger. All right. I think Moltke the Younger, not as good as the Franco-Prussian War one. I think he's definitely an above average general. However, with what we're learning about in the Great War series, in which the way the war is being conducted, it doesn't seem like Helmut von Moltke the Younger is necessarily doing things himself that are turning the tides of war. Since it seems the German generals have a lot of independence in their early war movement. So I think Moltke is a damn good general. He was a damn good general leading one of the finest military forces in history. Like, if we were ranking armies, I think World War I German military would be an S tier. World War II Nazi Germany, they would be B tier, personally. Now, Pompey. He was regarded as the finest Roman general in history. Until Caesar kicked his ass. I think Pompey is another S tier. God, I feel like S tier is getting overloaded. Ooh. But, like, I don't think Genghis Khan should be an S. I don't know if Pompey would be better than Hannibal, though. Now, Qin Shi Huangdi, I know nothing about him. So we'll just put those two there. Soon, I don't know either of those two generals. Saladin. I think he's above that. Nah, Saladin. I think I'm gonna put him in the rankings with Gaius Marius there. No. I think he's a B tier. I think he's in the same kind of vein as Belisarius. Damn good general. However, he never really. I don't think, like, with the guys up here, with the generals that we really have up here, especially in the S tier, right? These people were pretty much going up against damn good, like, generals that are exceptionally skilled. Whereas people like down here, they never really went against, I would say, people that were equals to them in terms of their military prowess in commanding an army, right? Of course, Belisarius still need to learn more about. So he could move. Saladin, I'd say his greatest competitor was Richard the Lionheart. So, yeah, I think B tier, above average general, is a good spot for him. Now, Scipio Africanus. S tier. Because he beat Hannibal. Scipio, an amazing general. Kind of want to put him above Genghis. Kind of want to put him above Genghis Khan. Now, Subadai. He was also a really good general. I'm gonna put him with Cyrus. Not as good as Genghis Khan, but he was feared. Yeah, I think he fits in that ranking there. Does anyone have any disagreements so far with my ranking in chat? Anyone want to call me fucking stupid? Say I'm not a historian for not knowing information on military history when I am not a military historian, huh? Anyone want to say I'm not a historian just because I don't study military history? Huh? Huh? Anyways, lost my cool. Look at those two. You're not a historian. Look at those two at the bottom. Sun Tzu. Oh. He wrote The Art of War. He wrote the fucking Art of War. Where else am I supposed to put him? Like, he wrote the blueprints for conducting warfare. People still read his book to conduct war. I think probably out of any general on this list, Sun Tzu technically has the greatest amount of influence. Because, like, all of these people probably would have read Sun Tzu. Hold on, when the fuck was Sun Tzu born? (512 BC). Yeah, I think they would have read. Pretty much every general on this list probably read Sun Tzu or heard of him. Because the world has always been pretty interconnected. Yeah. I think this is a good Tarada. How different is this list compared to the one I did a year ago? Is it big difference? Is it better? Did I have a redemption arc? Have I redeemed myself? Big difference? What's the biggest what are like the biggest differences? I mean, of course I could look it up myself, but I'm lazy. I'm gonna save this one. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, Charlemagne should not have been put that high. Oh, fuck. I was stupid. All right. Hold on, I want to see this. I kind of want to do this. I've not played half of these games. More than I'm not doing this. Like, a lot of these games would be here. Ooh, I'm gonna rank the COD games. Call of Duty Ghosts. Average. World War II. Below average. Modern Warfare. SS. Infinite Warfare. Good story. Rest of it, meh. Black Ops 3. Also bad. Modern Warfare 2. World at War. Black Ops. Black Ops 4. trash. MW3, A, S tier. Black Ops 2, A tier. Advanced Warfare? Oh wait, no. Infinite Warfare. Trash. Advanced Warfare, damn good story. Actually, World War II is trash too. Actually, I really fucking hate Black Ops 3 had good zombies. Bam. There's my Call of Duty. Oh, this will piss off Dan. Dan will want to see that. Gotta rename. God. Okay. I don't fucking play Genshin Impact. Let's see what other video game shit there is. I don't fucking play this game enough. Oh! Alright, Star Wars. Okay. Ooh. Shit. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go. Okay. Episode 4 starts it all. Masterpiece. Episode 2. I really do not like it. I really do not like episode 2. I gotta do presentation mode. Wait, what, Torada? Oh, wrong tab. Star Wars Rebels. I haven't watched it yet. However, I've seen clips of it. I think it probably is there in the night. I think it's probably an average. I have to watch it. I'm gonna put it here down the middle. Resistance. I don't think it's for me. However, I don't think it's gonna be as bad as the movies that I put in Youngling here. Return of the Jedi. I think Return of the Jedi has one of the best endings to a trilogy ever. Like, they did not need to make the sequel trilogy because Return of the Jedi ends so perfectly. There's no need. Even George Lucas should not have made a sequel trilogy. I don't care. I don't think a sequel trilogy should have been made. Revenge of the Sith. It is my favorite Star Wars movie. I love it for the good and the bad. Rogue One. I love Rogue One. I fucking love Rogue One. Solo. It's an enjoyable movie. I find it to be enjoyable. Oh, the Clone Wars movie. All right, so the Clone Wars movie is pretty meh. I mean, it introduces us to Ahsoka, and as a kid who was like, when it came out, I think the same age as Ahsoka, maybe younger than Ahsoka. So like, I had no problems with Ahsoka when she was revealed. I liked her from the start. But, looking back on the movie now, it's okay. Now, Clone Wars, the TV show. Oh. Fucking the greatest. It's up there with Avatar: The Last Airbender in greatest shows ever made. Just fucking no contest. No fucking contest. Empire Strikes Back. I don't like being left on cliffhangers. Okay? I also thought the vast majority of Empire Strikes Back is pretty fucking boring, in my opinion. It doesn't get really good until the end. Now, if I were just ranking the end, like the last hour, maybe last 45 minutes of Empire Strikes Back, yeah. But But the first like 2/3 of this movie is. I'm falling asleep, man. I'm sorry. Ooh. No, we're saving the sequels for last. Episode 1, Phantom Menace. I think it goes there. I enjoy. This was one of my favorite movies to rewatch as a kid because obviously when I was watching this movie a lot, I was the same age as Anakin, right? And when you have a protagonist that you are the same age as, you tend to like that movie more. So, like, it has a lot of nostalgia for me, right? I will say this is a very nostalgic ranking. However, what it sets up and what it means for the story itself, I think this movie did a really good job at doing something that is exceptionally hard to do, which is set up a prequel series. When to try and set up because it's hard to make prequel series interesting because everyone will already know the end results, right? We may not know necessarily how things got to be where they are, but we essentially know which people survive, right? We know Palpatine comes, we know the Emperor comes to power. We know a Padawan of Obi-Wan becomes Darth Vader. We know Obi-Wan lives into the sequels, into the original series. And then we know Luke and Leia are born. But we know Yoda lives, but we know also that a lot of the other Jedi are dead or just in hiding. And I feel like episode 1, of course it has a lot of childish humor, and a lot of the humor and a lot of the graphics also in episode 1 are a bit weak. Now the graphics in episode 3 still hold up, but the graphics in episode 1 and then episode 2 don't really hold up all that well. And then of course episode 1 has the second best lightsaber fight, I personally think. The battle between Anakin and Obi-Wan in the finale of Revenge of the Sith is the greatest Star Wars fight. Darth Maul versus Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, that's number 2 for me. The sequel series should have had a fight that's better than that, but they didn't because it's stupid. Mandalorian, I think as of right now, I've been enjoying. It's very much a kind of member berry kind of series where it's like very much kind of about giving the fans what they want to see. And I've always kind of pictured that is to be what Star Wars is. It's Clone Wars was really where they dive into, and the prequel series was really where they dived into the idea of kind of murkiness, kind of things are more gray than they seem, right? But like the original trilogy is like there's a very clear defined good and bad. And Mandalorian kind of is also pretty much like that. And so I'm enjoying. Now, Force Awakens. Had they not done what they did in Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, Force Awakens would probably be up here with episode 1. However, because of the way in which things end, it goes there. Now, Last Jedi, I disagree with a lot of the choices that are made. I disagree with the choice of Luke Skywalker. However, I still think it is an exceptionally beautifully shot film. And I do think the Canto Bight stuff is kind of stupid. But I just think it is just such a beautifully shot movie. The sound and the score in Last Jedi is amazing. It's just the writing is not. It felt very disconnected from the choices that J.J. Abrams was kind of leaning into in Force Awakens. Now, if you know me, you know that I am a J.J. Abrams slander page. I do not like him as a director. I think he's also a bad writer. I think out of the 3 sequel movies, Last Jedi is the one that I can rewatch easily. I think it stands a lot like the other Star Wars movies. Aside from New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, they don't work. They are not standalone movies. Episode 1, 2, and 3, they are not standalone movies. They do not stand on their own. They need the movies around them to elevate them, really, I think. They're pieces of a puzzle. Star Wars: The Last Jedi, like a New Hope and Rogue One and Solo, are like, Rogue One kind of is a part of the puzzle. So like A New Hope and Last Jedi are the 2 Star Wars movies that I say kind of tell their own internal story, where they have their own story and then it is resolved by the end. Right? You could kind of pretty much stop Last Jedi, right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have the greatest endings. If you were to leave it there, it's kind of still left. The ending's still not finished. Resistance escaped, and the First Order has risen. Is supreme power somehow. But yeah, I think it's the best sequel movie. Rise of Skywalker is the worst fucking Star Wars movie. I hate this movie with a passion. Somehow Palpatine returned. Who the fuck walks into a writer's room and is like, you know what? If you cannot explain the majority of your fucking plot points in the movie, then it is not a good plot. To understand how Palpatine survived, you need to look into the comics. You need to look into the book, the movie book. You need to look at external you need to go outside of the movie to really understand how the fuck Palpatine really survived. The Force-sensitive clones, that is one of the most hated external extended universe plots that was written. People did not like clone Palpatine in the extended universe. Why would you go with that? Oh, and my favorite line, I think this should have earned an Oscar. They fly now. They fly now. Me, Finn, a former First Order soldier, is surprised that the First Order has jetpacks, a technology that has been used since the Clone Wars and by bounty hunters in the original trilogy. Get the fuck out of there with that shit. Get the fuck out of here. Come the fuck on. Yeah, that's that. That's that. God. Somehow, they fly now. All right. Now for the characters. Oh, we have Shakti from The Force Unleashed. All right. Ooh, second sister. I love her. I fucking love her. I'm in love with the second sister. Amazing character. First Inquisitor. I don't really care. I think he's kind of down the middle. He was pretty boring. Is this supposed to be like ranking their power? Or is this ranking how I like? I'm ranking how I like them. I'm not ranking their power. I want that to be clear. If I were ranking their power, this would be very different. I'm just ranking how much I like them as characters. Now, we got introduced to Darth Bane, but we didn't get much of him. But I still like that he was there. Obi-Wan, you already know it. Shakti, meh. We don't see her much at all. Asajj Ventress, fuck yeah. Ahsoka, you know it. Kit Fisto, meh. This dude, Baby Yoda, meh. Plo Koon, you know it. Anakin, you know it. Snoke, you know it. Dooku, you know it. Maul, I don't like Maul as much as the internet does, but I still think he's a damn good character, especially in the Clone Wars. Ooh, Plagueis. Low Master. I don't like him I don't care for him that much. Night Sister. Can't remember her name. She was pretty cool in the Clone Wars. Obi-Wan again. Oh yeah, this is totally ranking power level. I'm not ranking them by power level. I'm too lazy. Mace Windu. Pretty fucking cool. Anakin again. Pretty fucking cool. R2-D2. You fucking know it. Should I rank them by power? I'm gonna rank them by power. Let's rank them by power. All right, second sister. I would say she's mid-master. This guy, I mean, I guess technically he'd be low. I mean, I don't know. He's just meh. He is definitely just like, I mean, he kills, I think, a Jedi Master. But I don't know. He's strong. He really just has strength to him. Darth Bane, you know it. Obi-Wan. This is episode 2 Obi-Wan. I think he's kind of a low master in episode 2. Shakti, she's a knight. Asajj Ventress. I'm also put her there. Ahsoka. Now this is Rebels Ahsoka. I think she's up there in Rebels. She's pretty much she's kind of like holding against Vader. Kit Fisto. He's like a high knight there. This guy, low knight. I don't remember much of what he does. Baby Yoda. He's a youngling, obviously. Plo Koon. I'd say he's right there. Anakin. Ooh. I think this is season 4 Anakin. Season 4 Anakin. Pretty goddamn. Snoke. He got caught unawares by his own apprentice, who he knows has trouble issues, has anger issues. So pretty stupid. Kind of gonna put him down there. Count Dooku. I think he's a high master. He's a damn good warrior. Maul. I'm gonna put him above second sister. I don't think in terms of his swordsmanship, I don't know if he could really take in the Clone Wars, he's not able to take Dooku, if I'm remembering right. Plagueis. He got killed in his sleep, so kind of weak sauce, bro. He's kind of, yeah, midnight. Oh, this is totally right there. Obi-Wan, High Master. Mace Windu. Yeah, I think Mace goes up there. Nah. See, I don't know. I don't want to. Nah, I think Mace goes up there. This Anakin, too clouded by his anger. This Anakin was like near perfect. This one, too clouded by his own anger then obviously he gets beat by that Obi-Wan, so too clouded by his anger. R2, you already fucking know it. No one can stop him. Darth Vader, right there. Master Yoda. I think he would kind of mop the floor with Anakin. Luke. Ooh, this is Return of the Jedi Luke, though. Return of the Jedi Luke is not that powerful. Return of the Jedi Luke is not that strong. Yes, he overpowers Vader, but that is, I think it is because Vader was distracted, that it was his own son, right? But also, you know, he taps into the dark side a bit, but I think it's Vader was distracted. Emperor Papa Palps, Return of the Jedi Palps. I think this is Sidious in his prime in episode 3. I think he was too consumed with his hubris here in episode 6 to be god tier. Now, the son and daughter and the father, they are... Now, Anakin here in season 4 overpowers them. He was stronger than the father, it's left unknown. But he overpowers both the daughter and the son. Which, oh, it was such a cool fucking arc. Oh, the Mortis arc was a phenomenal arc. Ooh, we've got Thrawn. I mean, if we were to fight these people one-on-one, he'd lose. But he's goddamn brilliant. I'm gonna put him here in Low Master just because he's super fucking smart. I mean, if we're going off his brains, he's like a mid-man. I'm gonna give Thrawn the respect he deserves. This motherfucker, I forget his name. He's going down there. Greedo, you already know. Bae, Padme, episode 1. My first ever crush. I'm gonna put her. She was so badass in the first movie. Like, look at her shooting the gun. I'm gonna put. She's not really that powerful though. Finn. I'm sorry, my guy. Jin. I love you. Princess Leia. Been 5 years, Carrie Fisher. In 5 years. I'm not moving Carrie Fisher. She's top of that. K2SO, I fucking love him. He's so he's one of the funniest characters. Ooh, Hondo Onaka. Yeah. This guy, don't fucking know his name. This man, I forget his name. He does some cool shit. Pokale. He's like a Padawan. I'm tired of seeing him all the time in Star Wars content. I get it. He's cool, but this guy, he's also down there. Ooh. Solo version of Lando. I think he's lower than Hondo Onaka. Han Solo as of episode 4. He's right there. Robot? I don't know. Ooh, okay, so this is, I think, season 1 of Rebels. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna go off of. This is season 1 Rebels. I think he's a low knight in season 1. This form of Obi-Wan. Oh wait, no. Palpatine in episode 3. Above Vader. Luke. I don't know if Luke at this point would be a god. We didn't get to see enough, so he's gonna go there. Ooh, clones. I haven't watched Bad Batch yet. Oh, is that Wolf? He's going there. Cody. Going there with his bro. Rex. Right up there with R2. No one can stop him. Gregor. Going right. He's. Sorry, Finn. Lizard Dude. Captain Stupid. Phasma. Down there. Assassin Lady. She'll go there. Chewie. You already know. Oh, I hate you. But you're probably more. You're right there, Low Knight. Crosshair, right? You'll go there. Hunter. You'll go there. Boba. He'll go there. Mando. He'll go there. Django. He'll go there. Yoda. You'll go there. No. That's how I'll do that. This dude? Cad Bane. Oh. He's relative. I'd say he's relative to Django. Ooh. Is this supposed to be Barriss Offee? Or is this supposed to be Luminara? She's a Padawan. She's top of Padawan. Kylo. Okay, that's That's Rise of Skywalker Kylo. He's a fucking bitch. He's down there. He sucks. He can't even swing a lightsaber right. Episode 2, Anakin. He's a High Knight. No, he would not beat those two. Ooh, Cal Kestis. He's below Anakin, but I think he would mop the floor with Kylo. He would. The name of this character is I'm a Gun Die. So, but I really think I really liked him as a character for the brief moment we had him. I actually really liked him. Oh, this fucker. I kind of remember him. I'm gonna put him there with Kit Fisto. This dude, I don't fucking remember. This guy, I also don't remember. But he looks like a knight, so I'm gonna put him there. This lady, I think she gets killed by a clone. I can't remember. I'm gonna put her right there. Kanan. Oh, Kanan is... I'm gonna put him there. Ayla. Ooh. I think I'll put her there with Asajj. This dude, he's like around there. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. Cal Kestis' master. I kind of want to put him... He was pretty fucking cool. He did a lot of badass shit. I love him. Rey. You are awful. This sister, I do not know. But I'll put her High Knight. Why not? Oh, Cal Kestis mops the floor with her. She'll go there. Ooh, young Ahsoka. Young Ahsoka here. This is like season 1 Ahsoka. She's Padawan. Luminara, she is, I'm going to say she's relative to Kit Fisto and Ayla here. Episode 1 Obi. He's a High Knight. Grievous. I mean, shit. Ranking Grievous is hard. Because I don't think he's better than any of these. However, because of his Force lightsabers, it makes him deadly. But, yeah, I don't think Grievous is necessarily all that good. Because he ran from battles a lot. So I think he's a low master. Oh, this guy? He's pretty weak. Qui-Gon? I don't think Qui-Gon would beat these three in a duel. I mean, he did lose to this one. So. Oh, this fucker. I'm just going to put him above Kylo and Rey, because I can. Ooh. Maul here. This form of Maul, I think, is better than episode... yeah, I think I'd go... I think that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, C-3PO? I don't like you. You're a bit annoying. Jar Jar. You already know. You already know. No other spot for Jar Jar. No other spot. No other spot. He's one of the most powerful characters ever. I think he would mop the floor with Darth Vader. All right, so obviously these 5 here are kind of a joke kind of pick, but like got to throw the respect to Carrie. And I do love R2 and I love Chewie. Jar Jar is really actually down here. I love Rex as a character, so I'm putting him up here. But like obviously get rid of these 4. This is the god tier ranking in Star Wars, I would say. I could be convinced that Obi-Wan here in episode 4 is a high master, but I think he could have gone toe-to-toe with Darth Vader if he wanted to. All right. Now it is for the big one. Whoa, but don't look at that. That was a test. All right. Rise, Son of Rome. Again, this is going to be a lot like the book ranking, where I rank based off of... I'm going to do some changes off of that list, I think. So, S tier are games that I think have a beautiful story and that I could replay more than once in a single year. A tier are going to be games that have a beautiful story, and I could maybe replay them if there's an upcoming sequel. B tier are going to be above average games. C tier average, D below average. Return of the Obra Dinn, so Papers, Please, I think was an A tier game. It was a lot of fun, but I don't think, it's a B tier game for me. The story and the concept I think is really cool. However, the way the gameplay is not my kind of gameplay, so it's not something that I could see myself replaying really all that much. And then, see, what was the next game I played after Papers, Please? I think it was Jedi Fallen Order. This Jedi Fallen Order is currently my favorite Star Wars game. The combat is the best. This game has the best combat system in any fucking video game. This is my favorite combat parry system ever. Return of the Obra Dinn would be next, I think. That game was meh. Neat concept. Beautifully visualized. However, not my thing. It gave me a headache. Rise, Son of Rome. I think it's an average game. I think it is an exceptionally beautiful game, especially because it came out in 2013, I think. Extremely beautiful game. However, the combat, the boss fights were pretty poo-poo. I did not like the boss fights in Rise, Son of Rome. The story I thought was actually pretty neat. A really cool concept there. It's okay. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, here we go. Mass Effect 1. Great story. Even with the remaster, the age is showing. It had the weakest combat out of all of the Mass Effects. And compared Mass Effect 2 and 3, I don't find it as replayable. However, I would replay it, of course, so that I can have my choices matter in Mass Effects 2 and 3. However, I won't be like, oh, I really want to replay Mass Effect 1 and just Mass Effect 1. No. If I want to play Mass Effect, it'll be like I'm going through all 3. Mass Effect 2, I think, is an S tier. However, the gameplay was super bad. I did not like the gunplay in Mass Effect 2. I thought it was pretty meh. Mass Effect 3, amazing gameplay. And had it not been for the ending, I think, like, the Mass Effect 3 ending, and I had the best ending, I still felt underwhelmed because I was left with a cliffhanger on whether or not Shepard really survived and whether or not he reunites with his loved ones and his crew. You are ending a trilogy. Do not leave me on that kind of fucking cliffhanger. Give me my resolution. Give Shepard, this character that I have been playing for years, for hours upon hours, let me have the closure of him reuniting with his crew and the woman he loved. Tali Zora. The best bae. Tali is best bae. But aside from that ending, Mass Effect 3, I think, is the best Mass Effect. The gameplay is amazing. The gunplay is amazing. The world design, the quests I really enjoyed. The characters I really enjoyed there. I thought the characters, the vast majority of them, like 90% of them, I felt like got satisfactory conclusions to their stories. Whew. What was the next game I played? I think it was something called Mass Effect Andromeda. Now hear me out. Why it is B tier, why I think it is above average game. The ending made me smile. I enjoyed the ending. And the gameplay was so much fun. I loved the gameplay in Mass Effect Andromeda. That was so much fun. It was so much fun. God, I love that gameplay. The story was really weak though. And the worlds were a bit meh. The exploration was a bit meh. But overall, for the money that I spent on it, I enjoyed my time. I spent like $12 or something. Would recommend. Got 45 hours of gameplay out of it. Solid. All right, next up, Cloudpunk. It was okay. It's not something I'll replay. Neat concept. I did not care for the main voice actress. It sounded like she was being given direction by the director that maybe she wasn't feeling the passion, or she's not a good. I don't want to say she's a bad actress. You know, that would be mean, because acting is hard. But her voice acting just sounded so boring, so monotone. She was very monotone. That's what I was thinking of. The Rat King. I love Plague Tale Innocence. I love the story. However, it is a very short game, so that's why I'm going to put it at A tier. Rada, are you disagreeing with anything so far? I know I'm going a bit fast, because we don't have viewers. I thought we would have more viewers than we currently have, but I guess no one cares about my tier lists. Anyways. Next up, Divinity 2. I'll put it at the top of C tier. It is not a game I'm probably not going to replay it. I really do not like the last 20 hours of the game, I think it was. No, the last 15 hours of the game, I did not enjoy Arc City or whatever it was called. And then like the whole Lucian being alive kind of thing at the end, I didn't like that. That just wasn't, it felt very sloppy and rushed at the end, in my opinion. Wildermyth, it has some good memories to it. However, when you play D&D in full and you also play a game like Divinity 2, Wildermyth gets weak with that. Because it is very basic D&D. It is D&D light. And because of that, I'm gonna put it there. It is a lot of fun to craft your characters. However, there just weren't enough choices there in the game, the base game itself, without mods, to really make it feel like I was creating entirely unique characters. And then, of course, when I brought in a legacy character, they didn't feel really like a legacy. They did not feel powerful enough. I felt like a legacy character should have been more heroic, more badass. Should have been a greater, it should have been a much greater thing to have in your party. But it didn't really feel like that. Oh. Whew. Okay. Next up, Game Dev Tycoon. I'm gonna rank that one next. I enjoy it. I think it's a lot of fun. It got repetitive very fast, and the legacy characters not remember each other was bad. Yes, that kind of makes me want to put it lower, but it got me. Quite a few people watched the Wilderness streams, and they were very fun streams. I will say that. They were fun. Game Dev Tycoon, fun game. It's a replayable game. However, there's no story there, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Like, it has the replayability of an S tier game. However, because it's lacking a story, I'd say it's an above average game. All right, Ghost of Tsushima, S tier, no contest. Iki Island, I thought was good, but not top of A tier. Actually, there were a lot of things in Iki Island that kind of frustrated me. And then the story kind of had me questioning things that were stated in the base game. That I felt like they didn't really do too much work on checking to make sure things lined up. I don't know. That's what it felt like to me. Specifically with Jin's father and how Jin's father died. It felt a bit disconnected from what was being said in base game. The tournament. Yeah. The archery contests. Oh, and the tournament. Fuck that thing. That almost makes me want to put it to here. No. The story was good enough to make up for that fucking tournament. Shadow of Mordor. I think it's an okay game. If I hadn't replayed Shadow of Mordor, I'd probably put it up here. Because I replayed it, the controls were a bit meh and wonky. It's a very short game, and I just think that everything that is in Shadow of Mordor gets greatly improved upon in Shadow of War. So I think Shadow of Mordor goes C tier. Actually, I enjoyed the ending more than Divinity 2. God of War, right up there with Fallen Order. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, this is gonna piss off Wookiee. I know this is gonna piss off people with Kingdom Come. I just love Kingdom Come's gameplay. I just love how accurate it is to the time period. It is a masterpiece of a medieval RPG. As of right now, December 31st, 2021, there is no medieval RPG that can compare. There is no medieval historical game that can compare to Kingdom Come Deliverance. And I also do enjoy the story Kingdom Come quite a bit. Now, I would also like to add that if Clay ever tunes into this, Clay, these games, they may be technically less than the amount of games you beat this year. However, they add up to way more hours than the games you beat. Wanted to say that. Oh, all right. That was the New Year's Eve stream. I will probably be live tomorrow with some more Kingdom Come Deliverance. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. We're not gonna raid anyone because it's two of us. So, yeah. You guys have a good rest of the night. And hopefully 2022 doesn't suck as much as 2021. Because we also lost Betty White this morning. That's a fucking national tragedy. It's a worldwide tragedy that we lost Betty White. But yeah. Peace.